Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a warforged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation. That's what I'm talking about. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all to a Saturday night stream. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to day 70 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. And this is, of course, Eberron Oracle of War, but it is something new today. This is Dream Eater as we move into the next portion of Season 4 of Eberron Oracle of War. Very excited for this. Before we go any further, just a couple of notes, a couple of quick reminders about things to keep in mind as you are watching tonight. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and please do subscribe to me over there. We are always, every new subscriber now is a new record over there, and we're just a few subscribers away from 1,100. Please do that. It is free for you to do that, and it really helps us out. Please, please, please. Thank you, thank you. Subscribe to us over on YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !Harvcord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets for as long as we stay on that hell site. Until then, but after that, we're going to be moving all to Blue Sky, so please go there, !Arvsky for that, as we are just about
got to the point where I'm going to close down my thing with Twitter and moving on to Blue Sky. Please do that, ! ArvSky. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Don't forget as well to check out Hearthglow, which is our limited run podcast. We're going to have our last recorded session of that next month, and then the big live finale of that will be on the campus of Sacred Heart University in April. A few more details about the exact date, but I think we've got it down. It's about mid-April, but I'll have that date for you soon. But that's going to be awesome, and I hope that anyone who's in the area will be able to make it to that. Again, that's Hearthglow, and then my Gen GM show, which I do with Zach Clay, is available as well if you type in ! Gen GMs. Very excited for Gen GMs and very excited for Zach for reasons I can't talk about yet, but trust me when I say it will be worth it when you find out why you should be excited for Zach. It'll be good stuff. But again, ! Gen GMs for that. On the financial front, ! Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can find Infinity and Beyond material. I am repping mine tonight, in fact, with the best bad idea we've ever had. So there's that. You can also, of course, support us with ! Arvtreon. That's the Patreon, currently sitting at $86 per month, but I would love to get that back into triple digits. It really would help us out if you could do that, so please do. And then we have, of course, ! That's Arvtreon, actually. Then we have subscribing to the channel, which gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and allows you to get inspirations to help our players as well, along with the Patreon, which does the same thing. Publishing front, ! Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. ! Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and ! Greyshade, that is my Greyshade IP. Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts. You can get that there. You can get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade coming out from Alligator Alley, designed by one Mr. Brandon O'Brien, about which more in a moment. You'll be able to see that there, so please do support us with ! Greyshade. And as always, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, that's the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send a message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. Quick scheduling note, we've got Eberron going on tonight. Then on Tuesday, I will be back with Tari Tunes doing more of the Fighting Fantasy game book illustration stream. However, one quick note is that I'm probably going to have to start that earlier, and I'll be happy to tell you folks why. There is a meeting that I need to attend virtually at my university, which is the inaugural meeting of the Artificial Intelligence Ethics Committee, and you better believe that I want to be front and center on that. It is extremely important, so I need to be there. So that means I'm going to start streaming a little earlier and stop a little earlier, and then I will be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel, finishing up with Airborne Kingdom with Pen and Pixels on Tuesday. So that's what we're looking for. Very excited for that, but right now I am super excited for this thing, and so I'm going to unmute myself so that the folks know we're ready to go. I'm going to apologize for anyone I interrupted because I couldn't hear them, and then I'm going to unmute them, and last but certainly not least, I'm going to go over to reveal a little bit of a surprise, which is, my goodness, wait a minute. Now, all of that looks normal, but one person looks to be, I'll fix that. One person looks to be possibly right here. Oh, I see how it is. Yes. Yes, I can see how that is. Yeah, it's Brandon O'Brien is here in the flesh, and we will talk more to Brandon momentarily. So.
Yes, I'm corporeal. I'm actually made of meat.
Brandon
digits.
Yay!
I knew that already, having met Brandon multiple times. But still, we now know that Brandon can survive in winter weather. Brandon is a big fan.
I can't.
Of this
That's a lie.
That's
Winter weather.
So I have to say that so it was very funny to me it's been frigid in here, okay? But it's frigid. And so I have on the one side, I have Brandon, who's just kind of like the snowpocalypse, right? And then I have Marie, who's kind of like, yeah, it's a little brisk, you know?
It feels like spring to me.
I have literally the middle ground in all respects regarding weather. Like,
I don't get it.
Oh
Marie
my
is
God.
like so pleased the entire time.
Yeah.
She's like risking to dress warm. I'm like, I don't enjoy this. I don't get it. This is filling me with displeasure.
It was very, very funny. I mean, terrible, sad, horrible. Really, really brutal. I am going to start with the gentleman at the bottom left of your screen, and that the ziggurat, and that is one Mr. Tren Sparks. Tren, is good to see you. How is everything with you, and who will you be playing this evening?
First off, the Configuration Queen. That was not the song that was in my head, but it definitely also. Yeah, I kept hearing the theme to Snake Eater.
Oh yeah,
so that's the one that keeps going through my. Anyway, yeah, I'm Tren Sparks. I'm a narrator, person, voice actor, thing, whatever, who is subject to heavy dream influence. So perhaps this particular segment might not be a good one to subject me to, because I will get angry, and then angrier, and then angrier. And anyway, yeah. So I am playing as the what's that thing called that plays at the beginning of the video? The intro said I am. Yeah, it's gonna be a great day. How much tea is left in the, oh, plenty. Good. Oh, that's right. No, I diluted it when I added a bunch more water. All right. So I'm playing this human, dragon marked human from the House of Making. His name is Miatanton Tagashaw de Kenneth of the House of Kenneth. And he is an artificer. And whenever he uses his abilities, his dragon marked tattoos on his arms glow really brightly, and elementals don't like him. At least those that have ever been bound before. So he has a mechano good boy. Well,
had
a mechanic before it got
currently not appearing in this picture.
Mechano
good boy.
Right. Yes. Named Spanner and will again. So yeah.
Version what? 5?
Yeah. But see, he doesn't. But Trent doesn't. Tangent does not like that. No, it's the same. You know, we need the Spanner Lives graffiti showing up on places.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean, like we need that one way or the other. But yes, awesome to have Trent with us as always, and also awesome, of course, to have someone that we just saw here. I just saw this person, and that is Marie Bilodeau, who was nice enough to bring some cool things to us. I don't mean cool like weather. I mean cool like we got candies and snacks and various goods of different kinds from Canada.
Maple syrup, which I've been assured is contraband.
Apparently.
That bottle might be worth a lot if you don't actually eat any of it.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, well, but I'm worried though, because at some point, because they're going to come, there is a strategic maple syrup reserve. This is not a joke. They literally have a strategic maple syrup reserve. So I just want to say, Marie, I was looking, and I think it was, I think it was Evan May who posted about there were provincial elections today, and I guess there were provincial elections in Ontario, and they said the polling station had a long line, but at least there was live hockey. Literally, the polling station is in a hockey rink, and I'm like, oh my God, of course it is. So I just wanted to say, we felt the Canadian vibe. But no, it was great to see Marie, as always. Marie did an awesome storytelling, told an awesome story as part of the storytelling event, and then got a chance to play games with us and, have food and all that kind of good stuff. It was good to see Marie. So, Marie, I just saw you, but for everybody else, how are you doing, and who are you playing tonight?
I'm doing very good. I had so much fun. It was really amazing. It was a lot of fun. We laughed a lot. We played a lot. We ate a lot. Kind of all the things you want to do. The event was great. Absolutely loved it. So thank you. Thank you again for being such a lovely host. That was fun. I also saw inside Greg's lair. I had signed an NDA, so I can't actually tell you where it's located or how to get to it or which book on the shelf to pull to open the secret door. But it's very cool. Très cool. So yeah, I drove 8 hours today to come back home. It was fun and a nice day to drive. But regardless of whether I'm going to your house or coming back, the sun is somehow always in my face, and I don't understand.
This happens to be at Gen Con, by the way. I thought about that. Driving to Gen Con back, it's always just glaring the whole time. Like, oh man.
I'm like, I am leaving at the same time and going, what is this? Anyways,
it's true.
So it's good to be, I had a great time. It was good to come home and to find that Carrie had made a lovely apple pie to greet me back home. So I thought that was very nice. I told Brandon and Greg that Carrie was going to bake something so I could bring it up because she's like, you keep teasing everyone on Eberron with all of this. And I'm like, teasing is a very strong word. I'm
No, it's
It's
sharing.
an
not.
accurate word.
Yeah.
It's
Very
an
accurate.
word.
It is the word. Yeah, that's the word.
It's the word. I mean, geez, you know.
Well,
And
I'll let her know.
and she sends in Discord a picture of snow and a picture of apple pie, which is both teasing for one person or two people, depending on how you look at it, right? And just, you know, so just wanted to put it out there that that's what Marie did, you know.
I wanted Brandon to understand the size of the hill of snow right behind
And I
my
still don't
house.
understand it. Homie, that was the amount of snow that was in that photograph was taller than your garbage can.
Yes, we had to dig it out again.
And this is a circumstance in which you live willingly.
Well, willingly. No, yes, I don't mind it. I like it, and it'll be gone within like another 2-3 months. So
Months, they said. Oh my god, I need y'all to experience the tropics so badly, so badly.
Who are you playing today, Marie?
I am playing Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar, College of Sword Bard. I am very excited to be playing here, hanging out with my King Citadel friends and my sister Nisiana, played by Jen Brozak. So I am very, very excited for today.
Awesome. And I'm sorry you had to do the 8 hours and then doing this, but I hope that you have enough tea/coffee, whatever, to maintain.
Yes, and not only
know.
that, I even redid my nails because they were starting to come apart. So I
Wow.
redid them just for Eberron.
That is dedication.
Yeah, I haven't eaten in hours. I haven't slept.
no.
I haven't, but I did. No, I'm kidding. I ate a lot.
Okay. It's a pleasure to have Marie with us as always, and it was a pleasure to have her here in person. And also a pleasure, speaking of in person, still in person, right here. Look at that. See? Oh my goodness, it's the same. It's Brandon O'Brien who is still here.
I am.
Brandon is with us, and Brandon, it's good to see you. First time we're doing this. We've done this once with Yumi Marie at World Fantasy.
Yeah.
But in the Winco Studios, and like home base for me. So yeah, how you doing? How you feeling? Up here is relatively warm, like at least in the office. So
yes,
and all
this
that.
has been pretty good.
Yeah.
This week has been a lot of fun. As Marie mentioned, we just had our event at St. John's University on Thursday. Wonderful readings, wonderful conversation. Again, that campus is actually really, really cool. I would like to see you do something bigger than one afternoon there at some point.
Yeah,
I think that'd be
hopefully.
really rad. But yeah, I am trapped. This room is really dope. This house is really dope. The snow outside, dreadful, horrid. So I'm just trying as much as possible to just maximize never having to experience wind outdoors. So that's the only reason why we're doing this right now. So yeah. But really, it's been a lovely experience here. Everybody's been really nice. It's a shame that Marie had to leave, because now it means that I have to find ways to sabotage Greg's stream alone without backup. But I'm sure I'll find a button to press before the night is through.
Yep, I got
Remember,
my stream deck.
we practiced kicking the chair out from under him.
Hey, nah, I need help for that. I need somebody on the right side to balance that effort. But yeah.
And I have my guard cat Ganesh over there, so that would be hard. To
Also,
do,
the
you know,
cats
like-
are rad.
Yeah.
Ganesh doesn't like
Ganesh.
people, but they're so cute.
Well, I don't know about I mean, he's just a little more reserved. Sherbert. The thing is, it's always comparison to Sherbert.
Yes,
who
Sherbert is
really
very
likes people.
gregarious.
That's
I adore it a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Sherbert would drink our tea if we weren't actively supervising it.
100%. Yeah.
Yes, but the cats are very cool. Yeah, so it's been really lovely to be here. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. And your poet laureate for Seattle WorldCon 2025.
Let's
I'm going to
go.
keep mentioning that until it's no longer the case. I'm here to play Rowan Shallow, who is an idiot with a gun who keeps pissing Nisiana off.
Yeah. There's going to be an interesting opening sequence of being pissed off or not. We'll see. But anyway, it's been a real pleasure to have Brandon here as well. And leading right along to, of course, the aforementioned person playing Nisiana, but we'll talk about that in a second. Jennifer Brozek. Jen, good to see you. How is everything on your side? Are you also facing the snow covered hellscape that Brandon has described here in Connecticut, or
we
not
are
so
we
much?
are not.
Yeah.
We are not. But between the last time we met and now, I actually went on an actual real vacation.
All right.
And I went up to Canada to Peachland, and the temperature there was between -6 and up to about 22 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about -21 to about 6 in Celsius. So by the time we were going outside and it was 20 to 25 degrees, it was almost balmy.
Balmy.
But it was beautiful. If you're on my Instagram, you will see pictures from the lake house. This place is so beautiful. We're actually considering, can we figure out how to move here in a 5-year plan kind of thing? And for the off screen, you can't see this. I've been feeding my senior cat over on the cat tree because she's 15 and takes 10 licks and walks away. And my 6-month-old kittens will eat anything you have. They're not hungry. They just want what you have.
Oh, right. Sure.
But right now we're going through another atmospheric river. But this one's not so bad. We're only supposed to get 2 to 4 inches in the next 36 to 48 hours of rain. So the biggest rainfall is supposed to be tonight. Hopefully I will stay here the whole time. So all of our snow melted. All the snow that happened here happened while I was in Peachland, and most of it melted by the time I got back.
Oh, wow.
So I completely missed it, which is fine. It was fine. My neighbors who were house sitting / cat sitting, and I was so glad they were, because they could just walk across the street, come stay at the house, because the kittens, they had never been unsupervised and they were under 6 months old. And wow, do kittens destructomatics. Oh my gosh, I forgot what it was like not to have well-trained cats. Because let me tell you, these kittens are full of bees. But they have been introduced to the catio, so they're very, very happy now. I think that's all that's happened with me, except, I had a little thing called Augment Magazine come out.
Yeah. Well, since everyone here knows something about that one way or the other, even if tangentially,
Yes,
tell us, what is Augment Magazine?
Augment Magazine is an in-world magazine for the Shadowrun universe. You do not actually have to know anything about Shadowrun to enjoy. Basically, cyberpunk with magic. Everything from cover to cover is in-world, including the ads, all the articles. There is one actual real credits page because, we put a lot of freaking work into this. And it's been lovely. And it's getting some good reviews, which is making me very happy. There's a digest magazine. And I'm the managing editor. So I'm the one who basically pushed this thing into existence, along with my art director, Kathleen Hardy, who is a goddess among mortals. So that's the big thing there that I can remember. There's more stuff happening.
And when not engaged in multiple activities, including augment editing work, who are you playing tonight in our game?
I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, the halfling healer from the House of Healing, who she has a strong will and a great love and very firm opinions. And last game, she
expressed some of those firm opinions.
Yeah.
She did. And not only did other people on it, she asked her god for a thing, and her god answered her.
Yes.
Divine intervention actually worked.
Yep. It was great. We'll talk about that during the recap, but yes, it was pretty awesome. Thank you, Jen. Always a pleasure to have you with us, and also a pleasure to have one Mr. John Helfers, who may know something about this augment / Shadowrun business as well.
Maybe tangentially involved.
Yeah,
Yes.
may have been some. If you're talking about that business with the augment, I was barely involved. So, John, it's good to see you. How is everything with you? Do you have any kind of snowpocalypse, hellscape stuff to add to Brandon's excitement? I mean, despair. And who are you playing tonight?
All our snow came last week as well, which was annoying to me because my neighbor, who usually has a big, monster snowblower, is apparently away, so I had to do it myself twice. Not happy. So, Brandon, you've not experienced snow until you get to shovel it off a driveway. So there you go. You didn't get the true experience. So
yeah.
But it's fine. It's all fine now. And it's all melting now, so we're going to be in the 40s by I think Tuesday.
Yeah,
so.
That's going to hit us. That's going to hit us just in time for Brandon to leave.
The 40s, what? The 40s Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit. So
Fahrenheit.
It's going to get up to
Fahrenheit.
50 in the end. Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you're going to miss it. There you go. So, but no, we all we're old hands at this, and it's the usual. Other than that, John Helfer is the executive editor at Catalyst Game Labs Fiction. Occasionally someone, this one was, Jen, was this your idea? Whose idea was Augment?
That's mine from Stone to Stern,
Yes, exactly.
5 years ago.
On an extended timeline because our boss couldn't decide on what the hell we wanted to call it. And then we wore him down and now it's called Augment, which was our first choice. Welcome to publishing, people. This is how it goes.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's great to be here. I am playing Eberron, the Starforged Aegis character. It's a total kit bash. We're having a lot of fun with. I'm gonna bring up my Google. There we go. He's back. They're back. Sorry. And it's yes, massive battle. People popping in and out, disappearing, coming back, crazy. People going down, thought they were dead, dragging them out of there, collecting bones. It was quite an event.
It was something.
Let's move on.
It was something, and let's get to it. Yeah, it was great stuff. So, and
except Arv, I think because we all leveled last time.
Oh, I'm going to talk about that. Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to mention just very quickly though that let's get some Lonesome West here. I do want to mention that again, I've been sort of teasing this for a bit. We don't have official notice yet. But you may, if you wanted to be like, I love this group, I'd like to see them in other ways, in other capacities, and perhaps in certain events that may feature a more in-person experience. That may be happening later this year. So be aware that there are plans in the works, and you will want to be marking your calendars for August-ish, but we'll talk more. Say again?
13th through 17th.
I mean, ish. Just saying, ish. But we're going to be talking about that, announcing that not too distant future about something which is going to be pretty cool and is going to involve a lot of people in this call that will be somewhere else. So we will see. Yes, I know there is a stealth character behind me. I unfortunately been warned about it because of the other stealth character to my right, which is my cat. That's not my cat. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about, first of all, before we talk about the recap though, let's talk about, as mentioned, the fact that this crew has now leveled up to level 15 as we charge ahead. So let me start with that. I'll work backwards. Let's do this fairly quickly if we can so we can get to what happens next. Eberron, John, what has Eberron gained since they've entered the level 15 stratosphere?
So actually, this level 15, not a ton. I get a very interesting thing called magical attenuation, which I can attune a single rod, staff, or wand as if I were a wizard, and it may integrate it into my armor, and I can then use it as an action without needing to utilize one of my hands.
I see.
So, as I said, I gotta talk to Tanton about that because we actually do have a wand that may need to be used that way, or at least hidden, so no one can take it from us. Anyways, that's
You're a wizard, Eberron.
Exactly. But honestly, I got more out of the Belt of Dwarvenkind that we got as a reward for returning the remains of the Dwarven party to their family, which is actually pretty cool because Constitution went up, so hit points, boing, and dark vision. And also, I don't know, I may have a metal beard.
Well, this is exactly, I wanted to ask about that because, man, would I love to see Eberron in the metal beard.
Yeah, exactly.
Just Steel Wars.
Yeah,
it's like a deadly chia pet.
50% chance, man. So yeah. So no, it's actually very cool. I'm very excited about it. And
All right, very
60
cool.
feet dark vision, and my hit points just like shot through the roof.
Well, speaking of that, yeah, let's talk about those hit points.
Let's talk about them.
So, and I'm going to note for the party, by the way, when we start, there is a. Okay, I'm aware that people want to talk to each other about this too. However, and you'll have the opportunity to do that. However, the party has also been split, and there was a reason that the party was split that they did, which we'll talk about in the recap. So I mentioned that only to say I'm going to give you your full hit points here, but be aware that technically that happens after this little, in medias res, if you will, section that we're in. Okay, so just be aware of that. So, having known that, have you taken the average, or have you taken as the gods intended, the confident swing of someone with a steel
I
wool
was
beard?
going to, but with a certain character, calling upon her god, I thought, she probably sucked that all out of the room, so I figured I'd just take the average.
Very well.
Especially since with the belt on, the average actually goes up.
That's right. So what is your hit points now?
If I've calculated it correctly at max, and by the way, I did keep mine at what it was after the fight too, because I figured it was going to be that way. My max is 147, if I've done this correctly.
47.
Which makes my Aegis plate armor 73.
73 Aegis.
The tank gets tankier.
Yep. No, I mean, that's good because we know how squishy, that was the case.
Other people have been, especially in the most recent battle, yeah.
Larian, you also have a hero point to begin this.
Yes, correct.
There is that. Okay, excellent. I love it. Okay, Jen, what has Nisiana, having reached the high elevated level of 15, what has Nisiana got?
She basically got access to 8th level spells. And that is actually a whole lot of massive damage stuff.
Yeah.
Some of them,
Again, what?
4 of them are concentration, 1 of them is not. And again, massive damage. So I'm like, oh, she really is going to have to go back to Illyrian and be like, how the hell do you do this without hurting the civilians? Because
Let the gods sort it out.
And also, I looked back and I have this thing called Divine Word, which is a 7th level spell that, like, people in a 30 or 60 foot radius, if you're 50 hit points or below, you like get blinded or you die, or it's like insanely bad.
Yep.
But the cool one was the one that allows me to send elementals back to their plane of existence.
That would have no application here. What do you mean?
Yeah.
There's been nothing like that.
I haven't used that before because I've always saved that spell for resurrection.
Right.
If we're going to go back into battle, I may not be doing resurrection. I may be pulling Divine Word into it.
Didn't Rowan do a sending elemental back to the plane back in the fight?
But I used banishment to do it.
Oh, banishment. Okay. Right. That's right. So not quite the
Thus
same.
saving Tanton, who was oblivious to the
exactly.
gigantic
About to
fire.
get squeezed.
Yes.
And I am going to roll for my hit points because...
Excellent.
So it'll be a D8 plus 2.
Okay.
So we roll the D8. D8. Okay, 4 points.
4 points.
So I moved up to 131.
131. Lovely. And you also have a hero point, Nisiana.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Can't wait to see it. All right, Brandon. Rowan, having reached the elevated level of 15. What's that get him? What are we talking about?
Jack Squat, actually.
Really?
It gets me another sorcery point and 1 7th level spell slot.
1 7th level
That's
spell
it.
slot. But you already had a 7th level. So
Nope.
Oh,
This
no.
is my first 7th.
Oh,
yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
there's some good 7th level sword spells, though.
Yeah. So let's look forward to 7th level Wall of Flame. But yes, that's all mechanically that I actually have to. So the only thing I need to do now is HP.
HP. So, do you want to do that? Do you have,
Right. So we're gonna do the Swindler's Way, but only if you give me a physical die. What am I rolling again? D6 or D8?
D8.
Pretty sure
it's
D8.
I believe. All right, look, I'm going to let you use the dice that were given to us because of this campaign by Light and
Yes.
Motion,
The awesome dice, absolutely.
which looks like this chat. Once we zoom that in a little bit, come on, you can do it. You can do it.
And
Put your hand behind it.
Yeah, I know.
There you go. There you go.
See,
There you go.
there it is.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think actually that's the 12-sided though. Let
It's
me guess
got
what
little flecks of glass lizard in it.
It's really awesome.
They're phenomenal.
there we go, there we
And
go.
really well
All right.
rolling dice too. They're
So-
excellent all around.
Yeah,
There it is. That's the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's a sparkle.
Yep.
Glitter
you're gonna be
pony.
rolling D8, which is this one. All right.
Right, so it's this +4.
Yep.
It was 2.
Was it 2?
Wait, nope. It was 4.
It was 4. So okay. So 4 plus 4, so 8. Look at that. The dizzying height of 88 88 hit points.
He's
You're gonna
approaching
see
a
some
hundo.
I'm
serious
the fifth person
shit.
in this room still, aren't I?
Well, you're a sorcerer. I mean, you know,
The dog has more HP than me, doesn't it?
Actually,
the dog is not with us at the moment. Okay, just
Eh.
keep that in mind.
Greg, quick question.
Yeah.
I have toughness. Am I supposed to add another 2 on top of that hit points?
Yeah. If you have
Yeah.
Okay, so
toughness,
actually
you
it's
would-
supposed to be 133 then.
133. I think we should note that after Rowan mentions being really squishy, you're like, oh yeah, you know, actually, I have
Yeah.
even more.
Yeah.
You know
more
how many
than
times
that.
I've been the tank for this stupid group?
Yeah. Well,
'Cause
I
they
mean,
keep going after me.
well, you were the tank for the group remains Alarian,
Hey,
but
I've
when
been
they're
the
just
target
like,
for this
don't go
group.
after the
You-
tank.
you were the
go after the
target,
healer.
yes.
You know, the healer dies first.
The glowy dragon winged healer.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, got a lot of attention to yourself. You know,
So
that's
it
not on me.
is, it is good. Man, they have grown. Holy cow.
This is Manir. He is 6.5 pounds now.
Yeah, he's oh my goodness.
Beef a boy.
Yeah. But awesome. So I am excited to see what Rowan gets up to today. Okay, Marie, what has Merime, what incredible things is Merime now capable of doing that she could not do before at level 15?
I get my first 8th level spell slot, and I get an extra spell which I have not yet selected because of one Arvin Elron
I don't know what
who
you're talking
like kept me so busy. So your fault. So I will have it selected by next time. Thank you very much, Mr. Dungeon Master. And which, by the way, I almost said you were while I was crossing the border because I said I was going to meet friends, and they said, "Oh, what do you do?" I said, "Playing games." And then they said, "Oh, what kind of games?" And I said, "Oh, it's okay. He's my dungeon master for." And I said, "That doesn't. That's anyways." Yes. So I did
they're like, oh, a certain kind of game.
Ew.
Move along.
Those kinds of things, huh?
Jarrell. Also my inspiration.
Oh no! Oh no!
There's something worse. You have something else to say?
Kind of, because
Okay.
I'm just imagining the guy at the border being so like, are there like a number of shades of gray to this game, and then
see what you
her
did
going,
there.
well, there's a gray shade, but
Yep. No, I see what you did there. I saw it coming. A
If we
role
could-
playing
we
game,
could.
exactly, Trivet. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
exactly.
So also my inspiration die goes up to D12, which is very
D12,
exciting.
nice. Okay.
The D12 doesn't get enough love, you know.
No.
And
Agreed.
yeah, and I believe that is all.
Still, and as far as hit points are concerned, are you taking the
I'm taking my
the way
9-point
of the
average.
warrior, or are you taking the way of the wuss? What are we doing?
I'm
here?
taking the way of the frontline fighter who's gonna lose a lot of hit points in
That's
mid last
right.
battle.
That's right.
Right. So
Maximum chance.
rolling for it. Yeah.
No.
Oh.
So I'm gonna do 9, which is 5 plus 2 plus 2. for
Fighters
toughness.
unite.
Okay. So 165 we're looking at, huh?
165 more hit points for you to hit to knock
That's
me down
right.
next time.
That's all right. It worked out last time. We figured it out.
Also,
One.
just to clarify, I did just check to make sure my eyes were bad. I did mean 8th level spell slot is the one that I got.
Oh,
so
8th
yeah.
level. Okay. Yeah.
Just like, yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. That's It's gonna be something. All right. So and also 1 hero point for you, Merime.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you, Marie. And last but certainly not least, Tren, what has Tantin gained in his elevation to the 15th circle of goodness?
Surprisingly, Tanton got a fair bit
Yeah.
at level 15. He thing with stuff. He picked up a 4th level spell slot.
Okay.
I mean, he had one. He's got another one now.
Got another one.
Because artificers only go up to spell level 5.
Right.
So we don't get to go all the way up to level 9 and whatnot. But the big thing for his class at level 15 is the improved Steel Defender.
Oh,
so it's just as well that I have to build a new.
Yeah, I was going to say we could rebuild him. We have the technology.
Absolutely. And it also affects the Arcane Jolt as well.
Okay.
So your Arcane Jolt and Steel Defender become more powerful. The extra damage and healing of your Arcane Jolt both increase to 4d6 now instead of whatever it was before. 2d6 before. And my Steel Defender gains +2 bonus to his armor class.
Okay.
And whenever my Steel Defender uses its deflect attacks, like he's standing next to somebody and imposes disadvantage on somebody who's attacking a friend of his, the attacker takes force damage equal to 1d4 plus my intelligence modifier. So that would be 1d4 plus 5.
So goes from Spanner to Spiner. I see how it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And I'll be rolling like I always do.
I thought spammer, but that wasn't quite right. Okay. Great. All right. So you're going to
I will actually break 100 this time.
That's true. It's gonna happen, people.
Yeah, because
it has to.
Even if I roll a 1, I'm at 99.
No other option. Yeah.
Yeah. Really. And I got a 4. This is 7, so 7. I am at 106.
106. Look at that. That is 18 points more than Rowan.
In line with that particular thing, Spanner, his HP also goes up when mine does, and stuff. So he is now at 82 of 82.
82 of 82.
Rowan, you have marginally more points.
You have more than than Spanner.
How much does
don't
Spanner
feel
bad. You got 6 more. If you can last.
So what you
6
mean
more.
to say is, I only got more HP than Spanner today.
I mean, I wasn't looking at it that way. That's a call.
That's how soft I was the entire time.
I think he had 74 points last time.
Wait, I'm going to roleplay the rest of this campaign as a literal glass cannon.
Listen, how many times have you been disintegrated?
Wall of fire.
Well,
disintegrate this. I'm just going to set things ablaze until I die for the rest of
best
the campaign.
defense is a good offense.
That's my goal. To just go off like a glass cannon.
And Tanton, you have a hero point as well. All right, I love it. Well, it is a good thing, Chad. You may be thinking to yourself, man, these people seem really powerful. What could ever take them down? Well, let's talk about what happened in our last session, because it was a doozy. The King's Citadel had come to the lair of Spinweave, an ancient being of terrible evil and also great knowledge. Why? Because they wanted to know exactly what beneath the creeping nave the Emerald Claw was doing in trying to open up this particular area of this ruin. What was the point of doing that? What they discovered, according to Spinweave, was that it was actually a portal to another plane, which could usher in the end of the world and Eberron. As per usual, the Emerald Claw did not think of it this way. They're sort of like, of course they will welcome us with love, and we'll be given all of these great things when the return of the ultimate evil happens. Let's say the King's Citadel is a little skeptical, as would
surely
the
it won't
Five
eat
Nations.
our face.
Yeah, right, exactly. Get voting for the leopard eating party. Leopard facing party. So, but in any case, this is obviously a massive risk to everything. Spinweave also explained that some of what they were doing was something which could not only unleash these evil creatures, but could also have profound effects on other magic throughout the world, something I will talk about more as we move into this next section. And then, after they were like, well, thank you for telling us this, Spinweave was like, you're welcome, and now I'm going to destroy you with my shadow avatar, because that's the way things work. And so began a massive session-and-a-half battle against Spinweave. There was a lot of wailing on each other back and forth, chat. This is what happens when a level 14 party, which is very good tactically, goes up against a badass boss within its lair. And at one point or another, 3 of the party members were down, 2 of them at once, actually. And at one point towards the end of the fight, Rowan used his teleport ability to get the party back to Hilar Brasal's house in Salvation. But because the lair itself is literally interplanar, continually phasing back and forth, he couldn't bring all of them. And so he brought back Tanton himself and Nisiana, leaving Merime and Alarian there to battle against Spinweave. Got back there, Nisiana was like, what the hell is this? Send me back. Rowan was like, I can't, at which point Nisiana prayed to the heavens, and Eberron responded, a divine intervention, and Nisiana said, send me back, to which Rowan and Tanton were like, wait, what? And then Nisiana reappeared there with Alarian, who was battling against Spinweave while Merime was playing I Will Be Unconscious for the entire fight, because Merime was, hammered by these people, partly because of an anti-magic field, which was really screwing the party up, which provided some excellent notes for the dungeon which provided some real interest for the audience that was watching. But thanks to their skill and ability, and Alarian continuing to take it on the chin, which was not yet steel-wooled at that point.
So many saving throws.
Of course,
Oh my God.
Nisiana's healing and all the rest of it, they were, in the end, able to defeat Spinweave's Shadow Avatar, which, as Brandon pointed out to me, was not full Spinweave. And it was like, no, that's not a spoiler. That was Spinweave's Shadow Avatar. So, just putting it out there that happened. It was just the Shadow Avatar. Anyway, defeated them. And at the very end of the battle, they were able to gather the bones of the creature that had this banner that had given them this information in the first place, brought it back, and he thanked them for them, gave them this belt of dwarven kind, and then disappeared, having been given the banner, so that his clan, this is roll for, this clan could finally rest. Now, just as we are about to begin today, though, I do want to mention this. The party had gone back to the Maror Holds and back to the tavern where they could give, roll for this banner. And there was a message that was sent, which I will allow Rowan and Nisiana to talk about if they wish. But then right after that, just as Alarian and the rest, Merime and Nisiana, are departing the tavern, they are stopped by a familiar figure. But I'll ask about that familiar figure and what you want to do with them. First, I want to ask if Nisiana and Rowan, this is up to you in terms of like, Rowan, I don't know if you were like...
Absolutely, I want to...
Right, so I want to know if you're responding to it and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
So you want to explain, Nisiana, what you did?
Okay, so I did ascending privately, well, the whole airship, and while we were going back, and I had time to... So it said, I have had time to think. In light of my own snap decision, I understand what you did and why, but I'm still mad at you. And then that's the thing Rowan gets.
So I get that message, and I wait, not out of hesitation or anything like that. I literally time an entire hour after you give me that message, and then I actually reply to you. I understand, but regret nothing. I made a hard call for the job's sake. I'd do it again. Be patient with the calls I make.
Oh, that was actually not the response I thought I was going to get from Rowan.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I guess we learn later on in this
We
session.
will, because she's not going to send again. I mean, it basically, unless I want to spend another spell, but I don't, because I'm basically having to explain to Alarian and Merime what actually happened. But
Dear
wow,
Rowan, you piece of...
How dare you?
Appalled, stop. We'll see you soon, stop.
can you message that to me, Rowan?
I'm putting it in the IMB chat.
Thank you.
So if you're not going to send back, and Rowan has sent that, then I want to mention, because this will have an effect on what actions are taken in terms of where people see whom. Because as you were on your way out, Alarian and Nisiana and Merime, you are not stopped is sounding too strong, but you are paused, let us say, by a person that you recognize as a representative of the Iron Council. Now, you may remember that the Mror Holds is largely the enclave of dwarves, and there are a set of clans that basically make up the Mror Holds. The Iron Council is essentially the ruling council of the 12 clans. They have always been, as far as you can remember, they are one of the earliest allies of Brayland after the army, the last war came to an end and so forth. And it is also, of course, the Iron Council to which your contact Solring Moranin, the maker of the Oracle, is in direct service. And so you see someone dressed basically in the livery of this, essentially a little higher than a guard, more a courier might be the way to put it. And the dwarf sort of sees you, dark hair, dark beard, probably for a dwarf younger maybe, and bows low and says, "We have heard that you've had some great doings down below, and we don't know the details about it except to know that you went down, came back and survived. But the word of your tales has gone forth. The Iron Council has an urgent request for you regarding what you may yourself be seeking. And he drops his voice, we have sensed that the hold, well, it's not my place to speak of it, but the magic of our holds are weakening, and it is accelerated. The Iron Council has asked to see you, and if you would be willing to act in a way that will be mutually beneficial. My masters have asked you to come, and in particular, the chair of the Iron Council, Torlin Moranin. Now, you all have heard of Torlin Moranin, because Torlin Moranin is someone that Solring Moranin told you. It is literally the leader of Clan Moranin and the chair of the Iron Council. So the fact that this person is speaking indicates that he's not joking around, basically. So he basically waits for your reply. To summarize what he offers, by the way, he also offers to help bring back any party members who might be elsewhere if you so wish, to give you lodging, and obviously they will fully heal you and all that kind of stuff in addition. And when you get, and I will just say to the players, when you get together, you will have all the opportunity you need to be able to speak to each other. I'm just talking about the location where it happens, because the word has gone out of your battle in terms of they don't know what happened, but they know that something big happened. So that's the deal.
Alarian strokes their wiry beard and
yeah.
I've got the Mind Link cup as well.
Of course, I keep forgetting we aren't actually separated. Yes.
Yeah, only with
by like half the continent.
Yeah, only Nisiana and
Right.
Larry and like Tenton and Ron are way
Yeah,
too far.
we all are like pretty beat to crap at this point. Well, I hadn't been able to heal everybody yet, but I mean, all I can say is they were in Halar's place.
Right.
They're at Halar's place. I missed something in there. I mean, I think
I'll
if they need
explain,
help,
I'll
we should.
explain. But
Yeah.
if can help us with this, then we should probably do it.
Otherwise,
yes. Time to blow them off? No. When the Iron Council calls, you should probably, yes. Sure, lead on, basically, is what Hilarion says with a nod.
Okay, so they will bring you to lodgings. In the meantime, there are messages that are sent and magical messages, I should say, that are sent to the House of Hilar Brisal and to Rowan and Tanton, who are still waiting in the house, that basically explain the same thing about the idea that Solring, or the House Moranin, I should say, the leader of House Moranin and the Iron Council itself has asked for you to come because they think they have information that will be helpful to you, and they wish to hear from you about the battle that you all just fought, because it apparently is affecting the world around the Mror Holds, and thus they think the world generally. So Yeah. Oh, and I'm sorry. One other thing. I apologize. Well, you tell me what you want to do. I also have a handout I need to upload, which I forgot about, which is a newspaper that Hilar gave you, Tanton and Rowan, not long after some of this resolved. It was a newspaper that was now circulating in Salvation. But go ahead and tell me what the two of you would like to do about this.
Well, the reasonable thing should be to go back on the move, but I'm sure the rest of the team have it well in hand, question mark? Tanton, I imagine there's something you'd like to say, other than continue to scold me.
So this sending hasn't happened yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have to figure out the actual timing of it, but
Which sending hasn't happened yet?
the one where I tell him I'm still mad at him.
Oh.
The sending where I said we were going to teleport to the sanctuary happened. Then the sending that was, wait, no, we have to take the airship back because of the Oracle, which you got. And I guess we haven't quite figured out, we haven't met the council yet. Wait, I'm sorry, Greg, I wasn't actually listening when you were talking about what was going on with Canton, and so did they just get told that they can be teleported back, or are we still waiting?
Yes, that they can be, that's right, that they can be brought back. And if they're not just going to, magically snatch them out of the air, but that they can be teleported back, and they've been summoned. And the reason this is important also about this newspaper, which I'm going to show you in a minute, is because this may have interest to Nisiana in particular. So as you're thinking about what you want to say in response to this, let me bring everybody over to the map, and I'm going to show this handout to the players. And I think it would be lovely if we could have, let's see. Actually, let's have, if you don't mind, maybe Brandon, would you mind reading this since we're right here? This is the newspaper that you and Tanton have access to that's been handed to you, which is circulating in Salvation.
Sadly, I don't have a newsreel voice, so I'm just reading it.
That's right.
Bizarre affliction strikes healers across Corvair. Message stations across Corvair are abuzz with troubling reports of a mysterious malady affecting many healers across the continent. The ailment is said to be supernatural, causing weakness and increased sensitivity to pain in its victims, while remaining stubbornly resistant to magical healing. A few unverified reports mention a strange darkening of the eyes in those stricken with it. To date, the affliction seems confined to mage rite healers, divine adepts, and House Lurasco healers in large settlements, causing some to suggest that it stems from the regular use of healing magic. House Lurasco has issued the following statement on behalf of Baron Ulara de Lurasco, matriarch of the house. House Lurasco is taking every effort to identify the source of this malady. We assure the people of the Five Nations that when our research is complete, all of our resources will be brought to bear in finding a cure.
Now, obviously, Nisiana is not going to have heard any of that yet, been a little bit busy, but Hilar has given this to you because Hilar thinks this is pretty important, and it is tied in again. Yeah, who cares, right? But it's also tied into the weakening of magic that's being discussed by the people in the Maror Holds also. So it's not just doors and wards and magic spells. It may also be healing also. So, all right, now, whatever Tanton and Rowan would like to say in response to this, they may do if they wish.
Well, Tanton just looks over at
Hello?
Thank you.
Hilar, yeah.
Do you want to come?
And Hilar nods and says, it seems like it might be the best thing to do. Although I am a little concerned about, because I believe you had left the Oracle in Hilar's care, but remind me if I'm wrong about that.
Oh, it's on board the
that's right,
airship.
it's on board the ship. Never mind. Yeah, okay. So then he says, I think it might be the best thing. And to be honest, well, I need to be able to see for myself what it is they're asking you to do.
I was kind of looking forward to arrest, but fair, cool.
I mean, if you want to be arrested, we could do that.
I love you very much, Tantin. Yes, that was non sequitur. Let's go.
I'm flattered.
Okay. So you are brought to the Roar Holds. Now, the meeting with the Iron Council is going to take place in a day, and then after they've met with you, you can have another day afterwards. So you'll have 2 days minimum to be able to do, and you could probably push it to 3. But they're a little nervous about magic failing, so they're sort of like, but they can give you probably about 3 days total. So think about that in terms of like Tantin, you may need to, reconstruct Spanner.
Well, that's what I was.
$6 million
Honestly,
dog.
I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't ask, that they would just pull us back. Part of me was so that like Tantin is like literally working on something, and he just appears. He's like, "Damn it!"
Yeah, no, they're trying not to be antagonistic. I think, but anyway, you'll have a chance to do that. So there's an opportunity for you to speak to each other this evening. Also, all your hit points and everything is restored. But you'll have a chance to speak to each other this evening before this meeting with the Iron Council. And so I want to give the players a chance to do that. And you may do so. The place, I should say very quickly, where you've been brought to is very luxurious by dwarven standards. The Roar Holds are a little bit sort of practical, Spartan, you might say, if you were going to talk about something from our universe. But they do have the benefit of being quite warm.
Nice, cool, yes.
Quite warm, quite warm and comfortable. And the food, both food and ale, is hearty. I would say it's fair to say. And all of that. There is a sort of palpable sense of unease about the city. Ever since everything that happened with Spinweave, and even leading up to it, it was a little, sketchy. So there is a sort of palpable sense of unease. But all of the attendants that are around you are extremely deferential, and like extremely make much of you to the extent that they can. You're given 5 separate quarters that all work off of one sort of central large living space room. It's sophomore year in college again, everyone. No,
it does not matter. I'm staying with my sister.
Yeah, so that's up to you. So, with that layout, you can proceed to have whatever discussions you wish before the council meeting.
This room when Fumsy's rebuild.
Yeah.
So, how long are you guys going to wait before you join us?
Well, they have, I think. They have joined.
Yeah. We're
So, how
moving
long
at the
does
pace that is required to have us arrive around the same time.
Okay. So then in the whatever intervening time, I basically give Alarian and Merime the lowdown that, we were all doing very badly. Rowan did his thing. I got mad at Rowan. Rowan couldn't send me back. I prayed with every fiber of my being to get back, to save you guys, etc. And then I end with, perhaps it would be good for you to give some thanks to Eberron as well.
And to Rowan as well. I mean, don't be mad at him. I'm the one who told him to take you out, Nisiana.
You did what? You did what?
Finally!
What did you expect me to do? Of course I would ask him to take you out.
Did you?
You had to save Tantin, who was in
And
bad
who was going
straits.
to save you and Alarian?
Alarian, he had it. They had it.
Wait, I kind of need to
You're
know
a
something very quickly now, very briefly. For the purposes of timing, do you send your sending before this conversation happens?
No, after.
Okay.
It is going to be after, because she will have to think about this, but right now she's actually really mad at Merime.
That makes it very funny that I don't know that Merime had this conversation.
Do
Because I was going
I-
to take the fall for Merime, so that's great.
Let's
So-
see.
Yeah.
I gotta see
No,
something
I-
here.
Like,
No.
Go ahead. No.
We were supposed to stay together.
well, of course, but Nisiana, don't you know what happened,
Then-
Tantin? But Eberron brought you back. I couldn't have come back if he'd
Because
have
I
taken me.
asked him to.
I know, and
I
he
prayed.
brought you back.
He granted my prayer to save you two. And also
Which-
to help you kill the...
I mean, to be fair, your assistance was very, very timely. I am not certain we could have overcome it. We may. But obviously, your return could not have come at a more fortuitous time. So yes, despite my expression, I am shocked to hear what happened. But what's done is done. The choices were made. Well, it's between you as relatives. I don't think I'm going to get myself in the middle of this any more than I already am.
That's a good
So-
idea that you don't.
And
I've learned some things from observing you for so humans and other creatures for so long.
I'll go to one knee before Nisiana and kind of take her shoulders. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. I know we're supposed to stay together and I want to, but by bringing you back, Eberron's shown that the Corey brought me to you and Eberron brought you back to me. We are staying together, Nisiana, no matter what happens. This is what we've been shown. This is what's happening, and maybe we needed to be reminded that. And
I am so angry at you, I cannot speak. I love you dearly.
I'm sorry, but I understand your anger, and I'm sorry I did it, but I'm not sorry because Eberron answered your prayer. How many
And
people
what-
does that happen to?
What would you have thought of me if I had turned to Rowan and said, take her out of here? And he
I-
took you and Mia Tantan, leaving me with Ilarion.
I couldn't have come back to you. You could. So it's
That-
not
that
even a
doesn't answer
scenario
your
that
question.
makes sense.
He's done it once, doesn't mean he won't do it again. But this time, it might be you.
Do you want us to talk to Rowan and tell him both of us or neither of us? Because we can do that.
You realize there is no guarantee he will listen to either of you.
I need to... Ilarion? Please not now. And Nisiana suddenly grows 7 feet tall.
Oh, by the way,
Divine smite!
I am sitting cross-legged to be on the same level as both of you, so there you go. But I had to bring that up just so you were aware. But you know, all good.
Okay,
I'll go back to
I'm going to think about
polishing
this,
my armor.
and I'm not going to talk to you for a moment or two while I think about this, because I am, at this point, I don't know who to be mad at. The only one I'm not mad at is Mia Tantan. And Spanner.
Wow, what did I do?
I imagine this is exactly the moment we arrive in the building.
Tantan, like, she already showed up.
I will, as you do so, I will just I will say I respect that, and I'll kiss your forehead, and I'll say I'll thank Eberron in the meantime, and I'll just stand up. But I'm pleased. I'm like pleased as punch. Like Eberron brought you back. The Corey brought me to you in the beginning. Rowan was kind in taking you out, so I'm pleased as punch. But I'm trying not to let you see it because I don't want you to get more mad at me.
So wait, does Tantan and Rowan, like, so that's true, right? They like literally walk in. The only one I'm not mad at is Tantan, and the two of you walk in at that exact moment, right?
Rowan.
Like Tantan and Rowan, and, like, is Rowan? Are you like, what are you?
And I'm like,
I wave hello to everybody and continue to my room.
Yeah.
Tantan would be like,
don't look at me.
What kind of weird parallel universe is this? This doesn't make any sense.
So after that, and Rowan goes to his room, and Nisiana stomps off to her room with Mary May's room to sit and think about this, because she is traumatized and elated and confused and very angry. And there's so much free-floating anger that she has no idea what to do with it. So she's going to go be elsewhere for now.
Okay.
And I say to Merrimay, perhaps you should let her be for a bit.
But
All
right. Do you want
As a
to?
matter of fact, I wanted to speak to you. We can do it this way if you want, but I wanted to speak to you that about this. And I point to her and you, and like, you two.
What about us too?
So, and I say, that's private
Oh.
channel. And what I say to you is, okay. Everything that happened, as I said, trying to diffuse the situation, everything has already happened. However, I do not feel we can have this kind of decision-making go on in the future as the stakes grow increasingly larger. You two are always going to want to save each other. That is an obstacle to us accomplishing things. So you two need to work out how this is going to work. And I brought up Rowan for a very specific reason, that even if you two work it out, you have to figure out whoever's teleporting or doing whatever, or dimensioning dooring or whatever, you all have to figure out how it's going down ahead of time so we don't have this trouble before, because Isiano is correct. The gods do not interfere except in very specific circumstances, from what I understand, and I'm very much a layperson on this. Just because she did it once is no guarantee it will happen again.
Oh, I don't disagree. And Eberron brought her back, meaning that we should have stayed together
This
in the first place.
Time.
Yes,
This
but I'm not going
time.
to test it again. I mean, I
We
didn't
may
wanna
not have a
test it-
choice. We didn't want to test it the first time. And yet we were thrust into a situation where that was forced upon us.
Yes,
So
and
I-
Ilarion, every time I will choose to try to save my sister, every time. And you know that, and you knew that from the start. Nothing has changed except my belief, even more so, that it needs to be done because she has the ear of Eberron, and she is a healer, and she is a heart, a good heart, and we need more people like her. So if anything else, you're only convincing me more and more that I need to protect her, but she also needs to be here, yes. And we're stronger together, yes. I will concede that.
Well, that is, of course, without a doubt. We could not have defeated the shadow thing without everybody. Well, then, all I'm saying is you two need to come to terms with what you're going to do for each other and be at peace with it, because it
will.
upsets everything else when there's not a way forward. That is all.
Oh, believe me, I know my sister, but she'll work through it, and she'll come out, and we'll make peace with it. We always do. We always have.
Good. And on that same note, at this point, I get up and kind of loom over you. Don't ever tell me to leave you behind again, because it will not happen.
Wait. She told you to leave her behind?
Oh yeah, you didn't
Aren't you
hear
stopped off
that
in your
part, did
room?
you?
Stop off. How did I miss that?
No, it was because it was private between the two of us.
Oh my
Are,
god.
are you
And
like in the other
absol-
room just
Oh
with
yeah, I made sure she was not there when I
Oh,
said
you
that
are
to
so
you.
lucky I don't know that.
Yes, yeah, that's why we're doing it in the head, but I was very clear.
I'm
Because
waiting, by
that
the way, for Nisiana
will
to
not
get...
happen.
I'm waiting for Nisiana just quickly to get mad at Tanton for somehow... I'm just mad at you because somehow you should have known that all of this was happening surrounding you. Like, you're just...
Oh, no.
You also... somehow...
At this point, Tantan is... Weirdly, Tantan has a very special place in Nisiana's heart that is... She forgives him a lot of his foibles because she understands him a lot more.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry, I didn't... please continue. I just was thinking
but
about how everyone was angry.
I like that.
If anyone is going to be the last out of a room, it will be me. And all of you will be going ahead of me. That is just the way it will be.
And I will always have your back. So,
I understand that.
so what you're-
However, in times when you cannot,
So what you're telling me is that you're not going to allow me to stay with you, whereas you're telling me that I need to be more careful with my sister.
well,
Oh, well.
there is a little bit of do as I say, not as I do in there. However, you have made it clear, and I do not take offense at your hierarchy. I understand. And to be fair, you bring up very good reasons as to why, not just the bond you have as sisters, but why you feel Nisiana is this important. And indeed, I agree with you. I am just telling you my position. That is all.
I
So
respect
you understand. And of course, I know you always have my back. And someday,
course.
we're going to go get that damn Rakshasa. We're going to take him out once and for all.
We did already.
I don't think so.
What? Oh, I missed so much
From-
when I was out.
From what I understand, they are highly magical creatures that can only. There's a certain method of killing them that we have not accomplished yet.
You know, the first time I met him and you were knocked out? Do you remember that?
It was very short.
No,
and
I
black.
was knocked out.
Yes.
Instead
It was
of
very brief.
I could have run, or I could have stayed to fight and died. And instead, what I did is I negotiated with him to leave me alive. So, all I'm saying is sometimes there are different paths that
Sure.
involves of staying together in different ways than just fighting or running. Perhaps not with the
Correct.
Shadow Spider. Agreed. But
I mean, I would have been very keen on just leaving that room. I'm not sure it could have followed us. Maybe it could have, maybe it couldn't have. But
if
we
ever,
were, yeah.
Yeah. Ilarion, if ever you have to leave me behind, and I know that you would not do so easily because there is absolutely no way you can, do not feel guilty.
Well,
Do
you'll
not-
have to be disintegrated or reduced to a form incorporeal that I cannot take. Because with your sister's power, as long as I can recover your body, you shall not be left behind. So, that's just it.
All right. Well, same to you, although you're very heavy.
I'd be much more difficult.
But we'll figure it out.
Hopefully it will not come to that. However, the gods that rule this realm are capricious and cruel, and I have a feeling that in the future...
They are not, except for one named Arvin Eleron.
Don't call him up by name. Good Lord, it brings on the wrath upon you. All right. Anyways,
I heard that.
Oh, God.
not the kind of divine intervention we're looking for. Anyways,
What?
yes, I'm sure your sister, in time, will get over this, but...
She will. Thank you for your concern, though.
And none of us would have done anything any differently, I'm sure, except
No.
maybe her. But it is what
No.
it is. Yeah. I am grateful to have all of you on this path with me.
So am I. And for Nisiana, her faith was targeted a lot as a healer, and I hope that this will give her some peace and comfort as well. Now,
I mean, as a cleric, I would hope it would, seeing the manifestation of her belief so tangibly. Should only
Yeah.
strengthen her relationship with her god.
so
And yes, some things I think are definitely in order. Absolutely.
I am glad that I am here with you and that you are with us as well. Anything else, or
I am finished.
all right?
We should probably go say hello to the others though.
Oh yes, I have to thank Rowan.
Yes, indeed. Now, do we want to share them with them what happened, or do we want your sister to do that?
I
I'm
believe
good
the
either way. I'm good either
The
way.
version of events will be different, so we might as well both tell them what happened.
Maybe some judicious refereeing as the tale is told might help. So
Why don't you go speak with them if you want, and I will wait for Nisiana, and we'll join you once she is.
that sounds like a plan.
And I will. While you go, and tell Rowan. I'll tell Rowan. And
Yeah,
I'll tell Rowan.
I mean, I appreciate what he did, and I am sure there was no other way. So
And I will go outside of Nisiana's door, which I assume is slammed shut. And I will take out my lute and I will gently strum one of her favorite calming songs. I imagine I have a repertoire of them. So I will gently strum it outside and wait.
The whole time I can imagine that you two are staring at each other and Mia Tantan's going. And then
listen now to Mermaid's B-sides.
Don't you forget about me. Okay, so Merame is playing the lute outside Nisiana. Just, Tantan, what are you doing during this time? Once you've heard that Nisiana's not mad at you, what are you doing?
Actually, that part was more in jest. I mean, he wouldn't have, as soon as he got there, he would have been, having been told, you know, we will do everything we can to help you, to heal you guys up and do all this shit. As soon as he appeared in the thing, he would have turned to these people who were basically their their attaches and
Yeah.
been like, here's what I need. And he's going to start listing shit off, and he is in his room.
Okay. Yeah.
And they are just bringing shit to
Yep.
his room.
Yeah, they also, I will say that they are, and this is not surprising having, seen the Maror Holds dwarves in action before, Tanton. They are extremely efficient. Like, within probably 15 minutes, they have brought you a whole metric ton on actually things that are very much equivalent to Tensor's floating disks to your room. What are those things, by the way? Like, what are some of those things that would be noticeable in terms of raw material, anyway?
Ingots of various metals that nobody in the party has really seen Tanton work with before.
Mm-hmm.
Some more, he's already got very fine tools to work with, but some more very fine tools, and like an armature, like a framework, to construct things on. And within minutes of those things starting to show up, you could probably, anybody who's passing by his door can hear something that sounds like something like a combination between like a CNC machine and like a metal grinder, but like 30 or 40 metal grinders all going at the same time. Yeah,
that type of thing. Yeah.
But it's a very kind of delicate, high pitched sort of sound. It's very odd. You would have to look in to see what's going on.
I gotcha. Rowan, what about you?
So when I see Tanton do this to the folks that bring us here, I immediately go, oh, there's a rider. Then I need some things as well.
All the green M&Ms gone.
No, yeah, I'm asking for absolute bullshit. I'm asking for Concord grapes. I'm asking for fine spring water.
Elven ice wine.
I'm asking for one long cloth of fresh silk. The cleanest water and the purest like oil that they can find. Like, just to see how far I can push the theoretical limit of this thing. And I go in my room and wait.
Okay. So I would say that you have these two like I said, floating disc, type equivalent platforms. One of them is filled with all this like ore and metal that you see going into Tanton's room, and then in Rowan's room are like these baskets of like some kind of fruits, along with several kegs of something, and like wrapped packages and then wrapped rolls of stuff. So you have like what looks like you're getting ready for a metal forge, and what looks like you're getting ready to create a tea house is the best I can sort of describe it. Like just and like silk from left-handed moths. Exactly, USS Norway. Like that's pretty much it. So like and so they do bring you most of what you asked for. They do struggle on the grapes part. That's not, but they bring you very fine silk. They bring you water, and they not only do they do this, they don't raise an eyebrow. They're like, yep. They go get stuff and they bring it back. It's very obvious that the Iron Counselors be like, bring these people absolutely anything. Like they are like whatever. And the Maror Holds are quite wealthy in terms of mineral resource. If you're looking for more, fruit-based things, maybe a little harder, but yeah.
Yeah. I take it then that the fruits are bad. But I'm in my room with my arm off, lubricating all of its joints.
Okay. Yeah, you notice, actually, I would like you to make an Arcana check for me, please. Do you want me to give you...
An Arbeck coming
yes,
up.
please. Also, I need to check. What is that again?
I'm going to knock at his door at some point on the door frame. After seeing all these cards wander into his room.
On my phone, and it is absolutely eating battery.
Oh, is it really? Oh. Hey, Proxima. A squeal like Hephaestus himself cutting the cheese. That is a very profound image that I...
That's
You
excellent.
said Arcana?
Yes.
Right, so that's +6.
There you go.
+6 is 25?
Yeah. So, as you are lubricating... Right arm, right?
Yes.
As you're lubricating the arm and you're sort of oiling it, right, and and you're sort of working on it, you notice that I believe Tanton had placed an enchantment upon it, right, that allows to function essentially as a magical weapon. But that means that there's always a particular shine or shimmer, you might say, about the arm. And as you are oiling it and doing all this stuff to it, you notice that unquestionably the shine has dimmed. No matter how you oil it, no matter how much you sort of, exercise it and move it back and forth and then, rinse it down and all that, it is not as bright as it was even a couple of days ago. It is unquestionably the case that the magic on it seems to have been reduced.
Do I get the sense that do I get the sense now that I'm seeing this state at this moment that this was a gradual reduction that I just hadn't responded to earlier, or that a large sudden diminishment of magic has now taken place?
I think more the latter. Not necessarily in an hour, but within a day or so. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are all of our rooms adjacent
all
to each
around
other by wall?
they're all around a central hub.
Right.
So they're not connected to each other, but they're all connected to the hub.
Ah, okay, cool. I see the arm. I look at it like kind of perplexedly for a moment. And then I rush back out of the room. I'm like vaguely dressed. Like I have like a loose vest and like some sleeping pants on, and I run out of the room with my arm in my hand and start knocking on Anton's door.
Okay, and I want to say that as you do that, you probably almost run into Alarian, who sees you like the door flies open, Alarian, as you're going over to like knock on it.
Yeah, I'll just
and holding an arm is running out of it over to
Obviously something
Tanton's room. I
important
assume you're not
is-
paying any
yeah.
attention, Alarian. You're running.
No, yeah, I like straight collide.
Okay. So and then like
I can actually take
Ow.
some damage as a result.
Yeah, I mean, technically, that's not outside the realm of possibility.
yeah, and you kind of stagger down. Let's say you take a point of bludgeoning. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
And you kind of stagger away. Alarian's there. But having done that, do you stop and then talk to Alarian, or do you like, and go on to Tanton's room?
I'll stop and go, Ilarian?
I was coming to see you, but you seem to be in a hurry, so perhaps... And
I mean,
your arm...
the question
is
that I need to ask is
off.
fairly urgent, but I imagine you also had something to say?
It can wait if there's something wrong. And again, I point at, you're holding your arm, and please, this can wait.
Ilarian, I tend to be wary when you say you want to speak to someone and then hesitate. We can talk now if you want. Like, I'm actually making to sit down in this, central space.
If you are comfortable doing so. I just merely wished to know, and I'm not here to interrogate you or pass judgment, but I was just curious as to what had happened back in Spinweave's lair when only some of us departed.
I mean, what didn't happen? Everyone who wasn't at death's door was already on the other side. Marime asked me to make a call. I made it. And if I didn't, we'd all be dead.
Oh, as I said, I am not here to... Humans have a term for this. Something about quarterbacking. But anyways, no, the point, I understand you did what you did. And I'm not here to say you should have done X or Y or Z. In fact, I think I'm not sure if you had called out for volunteers or not, but I think you made it looks around to make sure that the door's still closed over there. I think you actually made the correct call. I have been apprised as to how Nisiana got back to us, which is very interesting. But I was just, I don't understand why your spell, usually I think, we have talked about the teleportation spell, and usually it can take all of us. So that's where my puzzlement comes in as to why it didn't allow us all to leave. Do you know, or do you not know?
I have a hunch. Again, I just point and shoot. So everything else that I've learned about how magic works is just a matter of slow deduction. But I have reason to believe either the room Spinweave was in or Spinweave is another plane.
So we were on...
Everything I just said sounds so absolutely baffling to me This has always been happening since I started becoming your colleague. I don't get it, but yes, I think what I said was correct.
So we were like in between, so to speak. And I will be the first to admit I don't understand much about, I think they call it planar travel either.
Yes.
But typically we're at like a junction. But if I have this correct, between two dimensions.
Yes. I got the very strong sense at that moment in time that either I limited the amount of people who traveled, or some people would travel in parts, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So I prioritized the people who I thought were
Again,
not only at risk,
yeah.
but of value.
Mhm.
Not like you're not of value. I mean, if
We-
I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a second chance.
Right. If it was any other creature, I probably could have managed to evade by myself, certainly. The fact that Merime was still there was an added complication. As I told Nisiana, it was a good thing she returned. I do not know if just myself against it would have been able to withdraw successfully. Because I wasn't going to leave Nisiana's, Merime's body behind. Because she wasn't dead yet. But,
Plus,
as I said...
we were the one stacked deck in playing poker in an already stacked room. Deciding we wanted to do magic in an anti-magic field kind of crippled us to the point where if we didn't make a decision about which magic users needed to live to see this afternoon, it was going to be even harder even if we fought our way out. I can only shoot so many things.
Correct. So, all right. That was really all I came to say, and also, of course, make sure that you are okay, and you do seem all right, except for whatever is going on with your arm. What, if you don't mind my asking, is it malfunctioning in some way? I've always been very curious about your limb, to be honest.
I'll be frank with you, so am I. Most of the questions that I can possibly ask are only stuff that Tantan can answer, and I've never gotten a chance to ask. Which is not of immediate worry. Maybe I'm never going to get to do magic again, but that's for Tantan to tell me. That's not what's bothering me the most right now.
Okay, and what would be bothering you the most right now?
From Tantan's room, you hear.
I don't know how to phrase this, so I'll put it in the language that makes sense to me in my brain. I get it when a crew of 4 or 5 are working on a job for so long that they obviously become like brothers to each other. That happens on some jobs far too easily than you can imagine. And considering that you all have seen a lot of carnage, I can see why it happens to you all as well. But y'all are, and this is a conversation that I cannot have with, I whisper, Nisiana. Because I fear that it will sound like scolding, but suffice it to say that for people who simultaneously care about each other and the job, y'all are very bad at prioritizing decisions that will save both as much as possible.
Boy, where have I heard this before?
Y'all will, several of you will on regular occasions prioritize the strong bond you have with one singular member of the team over accomplishing the con, and sometimes to the detriment of not only the rest of the team, but the person who is responsible to actually pick the lock. And I get it that you've also seen a lot of very traumatizing stuff and kind of don't want to experience more trauma. I don't. I'm missing an arm. But suffice it to say that sometimes when glory is at your fingertips and you make a hard decision just so you can make sure that the safe gets unlocked, You kind of have to roll with the punches knowing that the value is better on the other side. For lack of a better way of saying it, if I needed to die for you to take out the Lord of Blades, I'm going to tell you to kill me.
I am unsure as to how that particular set of circumstances would come up where your death would be necessary to necessitate the Lord of Blades' destruction.
Let's hope that's not the case, but I've shot partners in the shoulder for lower stakes than this, simply so I could get the guy behind him in the head.
So you have worked in teams before. Because
I mean, yes, but that's
Well,
only
I mean,
because
but
my
it's
cut
short-
was big enough that I can prioritize never having to think about these people again.
And
You
it was-
don't
so
pay
it
me.
was a-
I'm
it was a
working here for the ability to continue having the rest of my limbs.
But it was a short-term arrangement that you knew would come to a very definite end one way or the other.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I see.
Are you looking forward to me being your neighbor for the rest of your life? Because that's a bad idea on your part.
I can think of worse things at the moment.
Fair.
But, so first of all, I'm glad you brought that up because you're correct in many ways. As a matter of fact, Merriman and I just had a very similar conversation out here while you were gathering your things. He kind of looks at the room over there with the silk and the this and the that.
Yeah.
As a counterpoint, I would say, well, not a counterpoint, yes. Sometimes personal bonds override the duty to the mission. Something that some of us need to work on, and that I'll include myself in that too. I could have easily left Marame's body there, but I chose not to. We all make choices. On the other hand, I would say it is our bond that has allowed us to accomplish so much. And you still holding yourself, as I think of it, kind of at arm's length from us, is not helping matters. Now, on the one hand, since you have joined us at a later date, you have not been with us from the beginning, and that's not a detriment. But I think you can also see the bonds here more clear-headedly than any of us who have always had them. And sometimes that vision is what is necessary to do to make the hard choice. So I don't envy your position. At the same time, it can be a useful one to have. I would hope that we don't have to make that sort of choice you postulated, the Lord of Blades, and requiring the death of one of us in that fashion. But if it had to be made, I think I know at least one person in the group that's willing to make it, to sacrifice some so that the whole may be improved or even survive.
Okay, I'll put it mildly differently. Working with you all is like teaching old ladies how to rob a bank. It's fun because I like to see what it's going to be like at the end of it when 4 old ladies rob a bank. That's going to be kind of cool. And also because you just happen to be the 4 old ladies who deserve the money or deserve the opportunity to stick it to this one bank owner. This one bank owner being the guy who is capable of deleting all of life from this earth.
So the stakes are a little higher than just robbing a bank. I'm glad you understand that.
Yes. But,
Okay.
I mean, the fun is also your 4 old ladies and I get to see you rob this bank. That being said, this is one of the most challenging tasks I've ever undergone in all my years as a con artist. And I don't say that because I do not value your lives, because you're 4 old ladies, your lives are kind of fragile. Yours less than your peers, but still. I say it because you also don't deserve a lot of this weirdness. But somebody has to rob the bank. You are in this untenable position, making risky decisions. I get it. There comes a point where you have to say, like I am saying, what's more important? Making sure that everyone else lives? Or being worried about one of your partners for 5 minutes?
Other than your bank metaphor being a little off the mark, because let's be honest, no one has to rob a bank. They choose
Have you ever
to rob a
right?
bank.
You don't eat. This is not a concern for you. That's novel.
There are plenty of when I've seen people do things that don't break what you creatures have as laws. And robbing banks certainly breaks those laws because you're taking from someone else to feed yourself. But let's set aside the bank robbing metaphor and its intrinsic problems for a second.
Right. Yes.
We did not have this thrust upon us. We've chosen to do this as part of the Citadel.
Yes.
Just as you have chosen to accompany us as part of the Citadel. You could tomorrow morning or even today choose not to accompany us if you so wish. No one's going to stop you from leaving. The fact that you remain here seems to indicate that, to use your old lady metaphor, you feel responsible
Obligated to see rob the bank. Yes. As old ladies, you deserve the money.
Let's change rob the bank to save the world, because that's pretty much what we're doing here. Let's raise the stakes a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. Let us not speak in metaphor anymore. The evil, and that is what it is, pure and simple, that we are up against, is going to cause the destruction of the world. I think we can agree on that, right?
Yes.
Right now, this group, this 5, are pretty much the only things that stand in their way. Agreed?
Consistently, even our allies have proven that they'd rather be our enemies than actually accomplish saving the world. Yes, this is true.
Well, they also have other things on their plate. This is what the King Citadel was literally designed to do. We are the troubleshooters. We are the ones who go where no one else will or can. Take your pick. Doesn't matter. Point is, you're in with us, knowing the crazy was about to come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Yes.
Yet you're still here. Now, granted, Rowan Shallow, your continued survival, even for one as clever as yourself, is predicated on the world around you going on and existing as well, because if the world doesn't exist, you don't exist.
This is true.
Right? Yeah. So you have a vested interest in making sure the right outcome happens. It doesn't involve a bank, it doesn't involve robbing anything, it doesn't involve crime of any kind. It involves
Sometimes
doing the
it
right...
does, but we're not having that discussion at the moment.
Along the way, maybe, but at the end, it involves doing the right thing.
Yes.
And taking a stand against evil that wants to do the very wrong thing.
Yes.
Okay, then we are on the same page. And I'm glad to hear it. For your talents, and they are many, are put to far better use, as far as I'm concerned, doing something like this than executing what I think would previously be fairly petty crimes compared to what you have done since joining us.
I look you dead in the eye, Ilarion. Is Merame still outside Nisiana's door while this conversation is happening?
I forgot that Merame was playing.
You got this great lute accompaniment.
I'm just playing my lute.
Do you really want to hurt me?
Yeah, I'm like, it's picking up a little bit because I'm trying to like pick up on the energy here. But yeah, no, I am.
So I'm assuming all of this is happening still before Nisiana has sent that first sending. I am going to walk over to the door, lean over Merame still playing the flute, and start picking this door lock.
It's not locked.
It's probably not locked, yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. I just walked through the door. I just opened the door and barged into the room.
She is actually in prayer.
I walk behind Rowan. Rowan,
She is
give
on
her
her
her moment.
With her hands clasped in prayer.
Cool. I kneel beside you.
Oh, wow. Well, okay. It will take a moment before I notice.
Kind of my thought, too.
Uh-huh.
While she's doing that, is her dragon mark lit?
Oh, 100%.
I'll ping.
It fills the whole room.
Right? Yeah.
I'll ping Rowan mentally, and just so I don't disturb Nisiana, and I'll be there. Rowan, she's in prayer. I know that right now you need to get this off your chest, but maybe consider her for a second, please. I thank you for what you've done, but perhaps this isn't a time for Nisiana.
What is the mental equivalent of me shooing you out of my brain?
Shoo, shoo.
Yeah, like a large broom shoves the shape of you out of my skull. Um, and I'm not. I am. My hands are not clasped. My eyes are not closed. I look like straight up into the sky and say, "Yo, Eberron. I know we don't talk very often, but I wanted to let you know. I thought it was really cool that you took one of your own, and just for a moment, changed their name for that very cool, radical joke of Eberron works in mysterious ways. So I'm very excited for our teammate, Miss Mysterious Ways, to constantly lean on your guidance and your intervention as we continue to save the world that you made from being destroyed in iron and hail. Please let them know that sometimes I will make decisions for your sake, regardless of whether they know that it's yours. Also, if it could rain less often, that would be really cool. My arm is kind of going through it. So that would be really dope. Thank you, laters. And then I step back out of the room and go back to knocking on Tanta's door.
I have a grin on my face when I watch you go, like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I rolled for concentration. I made it. I did not actually hear you. Therefore, I didn't have to roll again to decide whether or not I was going to respond. So,
Can I
I
assume
will-
can I assume that Rowan walks out between Alarian and Maramé, and Alarian and Maramé are just like looking at each other while that I'm guessing?
Pretty much.
I'm looking pretty much at Rowan and just like, okay. Well, and I ping Ilarian, it's like, everyone is having a fit right now.
It has been
a day.
interesting.
We need
to
a
say the least.
vacation.
They-
And then I gently shoo Ilarian outside of the door to enclose it and reach.
Oh, I did not come in. I
Okay,
stayed
you
right
are
where I was
wise.
sitting. But I leaned back to watch this happen, and of course, since he spoke out loud, I heard it. He comes back out. That's when you came out. Like, girl, yeah. And I actually say it almost makes me wish I could drink it this time because for what we've gone through in the last day or so.
I'll drink it on your behalf. Don't you worry.
Good,
Um,
good.
So Tanton, when he knocks on the door, do you hear over the type of thing or not?
It's pretty difficult to hear.
Okay.
It's now changed. There's less of that screech, and it's more like 300 sewing machines going full tilt.
Oh, okay. Let me have you make a perception check at disadvantage then,
Okay.
please.
Oh, sorry. There were dice rolling as soon as I clicked over to the window. I was like, what the hell? Right. Perception at disadvantage. This should go great. Disadvantage. A natural 20 and a 5
Yeah.
for a 6.
Okay. So you just knock. No response. Is the door locked though?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I walk into this room as well.
And as soon as you open it, it gets a fuckload louder. These, I imagine, dwarves are very good at soundproofing their rooms
Yeah, right.
and whatnot,
Yeah.
and it is loud in there. And there is, without question, the thing that probably catches your eye immediately is this framework that looks like it has probably like 150 mechanical centipedes on it. And if you've seen the movie The Matrix and you remember when the Sentinels landed on the Nebuchadnezzar towards the end, and they've got all their little legs that are going underneath it, they are being fed molten metal that they are weaving into this sheet of metal fabric that he is in the process of banging onto what is clearly another canine shape, but it looks a little bit thicker than the previous spanners and whatnot. It looks much more fluid. Like its movement is going to be more graceful and more powerful at the same time. But it is loud in here.
Just had to. The track name he looked for is called Infernal Machine.
I've got all the music turned off. I can't hear it.
See, this is the intel we need.
I tried to block my ears, but my other hand is in my hand, so I just
Right.
put my metal finger is in my left ear, and I'm raising the stub of my right arm and not going anywhere, and I go, Tantan, can you hear me?
He's got, not only has he got his goggles down, but he's also got hearing protection on, and he's got a smithing's hammer in one hand. He's got jewel crafter's tools in another, and then he's also got tinker's tools held in his mage hand, and they're all working at the same time. It's just this hurricane of movement. And no, he does not seem to hear you.
I rest the palm of my metal hand on the top of your head. This is the moment where Tantan admits that he responds in so much shock that I got clocked with the hammer.
That is very likely, given
Yeah.
everything that just happened to him in the last 24 hours. Yeah, the second that something touches him that he's not ready for, that Smith's hammer, boom, comes out straight towards you.
Yeah, cool. GM, what do you see?
I would have you make a dexterity saving throw to see if you get out of the way.
Cool. What's my dex again?
You're fine. You got this.
If you say so.
I
Rowan,
do.
I think Rowan has a death wish at some point.
This
This
is now
point.
obvious.
Like,
Dex saving throw is +2.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I would say Smith hammer back over. Roll a 1d6 there, Tantan.
Is that the amount of teeth he'll lose?
Well,
looking ribs.
Yeah, the percentage of brain
4.
cells in the tens.
4. Okay, I think you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you were hit in the solar plexus, probably.
Yeah. It sends me colliding with the back door of the room, with the back wall of the room.
Yeah.
Do you see me when you hit me?
Well, I imagine now you've got to know that
After
there's
that,
something
yes. He kind of turns, and under any other circumstance, he'd probably be like, "Oh, terribly sorry." But at this point, he's like, "What are you doing?"
I like thoroughly dazed, probably a little bit bleeding. I just like wave my metal arm in the air, hoping that you will notice that there is something seemingly peculiar about it.
And he shouts something. It's definitely not common, but as soon as he shouts it, all of the machines, they all spin down. He pulls his stuff. He's like, "What's wrong with it?"
I don't know. I slowly like step towards you. This used to look better. Is there something fading in this?
Are you telling me it's not pretty enough?
I'm telling you, there would be an obviously magic veneer to this that is very rapidly fading. Tell me, is this anywhere near as pearlescent as it was when you gave it to me?
And he doesn't even look at the arm. He just looks back at what he's working on and looks back at you and is like, "I will look at it later. Get out."
Fair enough. I leave it on the table and I leave.
And he closes the door, locks it, and all of a sudden he shouts something, and everything spins back up again, and it is again a cacophony that is mostly drowned out by the soundproofing of the room.
Yes. Okay. So I want to ask then: is there a point at which you, assuming we jump forward to when you do actually look at the arm? When do you do that? I guess is my question.
It'd probably be several hours later.
Okay, that's fine. Let's just for continuity's sake, let's jump forward to that. When you do that, I'd like you to make an Arcana check for me too, but I'm going to ask you to do that at advantage. This is an arm you yourself created, so.
So one would hope that
You would hope so.
At avantage. 22.
Yeah. You recognize something similar to what I described about what Rowan noticed, which is that the enchantment that you had placed upon the arm itself seems to have faded in efficacy. It's not gone, but this is not something which is supposed to happen. These enchantments are more or less permanent unless other things are done to change them, et cetera, et cetera. And in fact, Tantan, it occurs to you that as you've been doing some of your own work, with the dragon marks and so on, that even the work that you were doing was more difficult than it should have been. You can do a lot of this with your eyes closed, even though this is like a step up in terms of the level of complexity, but still, like, you know how to do this, obviously, like, this is your thing. And yet, you did notice that it was harder than it should have been. And you had no particular reason other than you're just pissed off and there's been a lot that happened to you in the last 24 hours, as you just said. But something is different about it, and this arm also seems to have had its enchantments lessened. Not the way this is supposed to go down.
Mm-hmm. Does it seem as though that, from what I can tell, having rolled what I rolled, that I can counter that in any way? Or is it something that is going to take a lot more research?
I guess it depends on what you would do to try to deter, like, how would you want to check that? Like, are you going to try to experiment it on it in some way, or that sort of thing, I guess would be my question.
The initial, if I remember correctly, the initial enchantment was done not in a rush, but we were somewhat pressed. I don't think it was done on the airship.
No, but it might have been salvation maybe, but not a lot of time.
Right.
Yeah.
So probably what he would do is go through, double check his work, try to reinforce the thing to make it a little bit more refined than simply chiseling a I think make it more crafty.
Yep. What you determine in the process,
gluing macaroni on it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, working with aluminum foil. What I would say is, and I'll use a metaphor for this, that not unlike when you try to re-glue something, or something has fallen off and you're trying to retape it, or whatever the case may be, and it continues to not really stick the way it should or stay the way it should, it is not, the magic is not holding. The enchantment, the artifice work, even the crafting of it, which should now more carefully and more cunningly hold the enchantment upon it, is not doing so the way that it should. You have never encountered anything like this before. Even the Mournland, which, the gray, which warps magic and which can enhance it or suppress it, but even there, it's taking something that exists and doing something to it. This is a fading, is the way you would describe it. And it is a fading of not only your work, but the channeled dragon marks that lead to this.
So he gives a few more commands, and the sewing machine sound drops off, and there's a few more bangs, but what is left is almost like the sound of a bunch of fans.
Okay.
Going as he walks out of the room.
Okay.
And he's got the arm in his hand. He walks into the common room between all the other little rooms, and he kind of looks around to see if anybody's out there, because it's been several hours. So
Yeah. Well, quick question. So, is a couple hours later, Marime, are you still playing the lute?
I'm just waiting for my sister to come out, so I'm playing the lute till she's ready to come out. I
fingers are bloody. And,
I might be leaning down against the beside the door. I might be sitting down now, but I'm just
loosely playing some bad Duran Duran covers. Her name is Rio.
Are there any good ones?
I've actually started I've actually started my my tape recorder. I'm not actually playing anymore. I'm just pretending.
I was thinking this was the boombox moment. Yes. Rowan, have you gone back to your room for the last couple hours?
No, yeah.
Okay. So probably you wouldn't be there. Nisiana, are you still at prayer a couple of hours later?
Did we know when we were going to meet the council?
The next morning.
Okay. She's probably in prayer for 2 or 3 hours, so this is about the time she would open the door to basically kind of signal to her sister that, okay, I can talk to you again now. I have calmed myself. I have sought the inner wisdom. I am much calmer. So.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a moment then. And Alarian, what about you? Would you have been
I've just been out in the middle watching all this happen. Afterwards, just sitting
with popcorn.
If
Can't
only,
eat it.
yeah,
just throwing it against his face.
exactly.
getting caught in his steel beard. Okay, so now it looks like a Christmas tree, like the popcorn ornaments. Anyway, okay, so then I would say that Alarian is there as you walk out, Tantan. Rowan is not there. Marime is sort of, kind of wearily finishing, but just as Nisiana is opening the door. So the four of you, Rowan's not there, but the four of you would be in there in one capacity or another.
Nisiana just sort of looks out. I'm like,
you see Tantan holding an arm.
Why do you have Rowan's arm?
See your sword, please.
What?
Yes, you would be the only Marime here, as far as I know.
Oh, I put my lute away. I stand up and stretch, and I pull it out and hand it to you by the hilt, not the stabby part.
And I'm going to do the same examination to see if the enchantments I put on this are also fading.
Yeah, this one I don't think you need to do an Arcana check for, because you know what to look for. Yeah. Not only are they fading, do you think they're fading at the same rate?
And so he hands it back, and he turns to Alarian and is like, the ring.
Take it off and give it to him.
Okay.
Same thing, and
Same
I'm going to do
thing.
the same thing with Nisiana.
You will take it off, hand it to him.
And again, the same.
Not good.
What?
Wait a minute. Let me see your belt, please, Alarian.
I'll take off the belt.
Okay.
And of course, as soon as he does, the
Yeah, I was going to say, the beard is just like...
steel wool just falls off.
It's like just...
But yeah, since Tantan didn't make this, now he's checking to see if it's happening with this as well.
I'll have you make an Arcana check for this at advantage, even though you didn't make, but you've now been looking for the pattern, so to speak. So, have you the wing?
27.
27.
Wow.
It is fading, you think, again at the same rate.
Well, I was worried it might be fault in my work, but no, it seems that any and all magical devices are losing their potency.
Oh. Is it just the magical devices, or is
Well,
anybody affected, or will our spells start to vanish?
That's an excellent question.
Do you think my healing's going to be less effective?
It's possible.
By the way, where is Hilar in all this?
Hilar has been has his own room off of there. Is not in the room at the moment. When he came in, he is, you believe, in the room, in his own room rather.
So this crazy is like, I'm not getting involved in any of this.
Yeah.
Also, just as a reminder, we would have read that newsletter before we traveled.
And that's right.
Which means that, Tantan, you know that other House Jarasco healers are having a particular problem.
Oh.
Is there someone we should speak to here to perhaps advance our meeting with the Iron Council? Since it seems this is, I don't know, kind of a big deal?
That's probably a good idea. What would cause our magic to fade like that?
If the barrier between that horrible plane of existence that Jennifer can't remember the name of is weakening and leaching into our plane, that might be part of it. Or someone is using a very, very powerful spell or artifact.
The realm you're thinking of, by the way, is Dolor, the realm of the dead. And as you say that, you hear, because Tanton, I should ask this first, did you walk out and close the door behind you, or did you just leave it slightly ajar just to see who was coming out? You know, is it a deal where you turned around and carefully closed the door because you weren't planning to come back for a little bit, or to your room?
It is slightly ajar.
Okay.
Just because there's a lot of heat coming out of that room.
Because as Nisiana says this, you hear a clang as something metal slams against the stone floor, and sort of the door kind of shakes open a little bit. And as you presumably turn around, all of you that are there, to look, you see the platform that had brought all of the ore to you, the magical platform, is now lying inert on the ground.
Oh, that's not good.
Which is a good place for us to take our break.
Ah!
You are watching Day 70 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is the first part of Dream Eater. If you are enjoying this as much as I am,
There's not Magic Eater?
I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube, and I hope you will follow all these wonderful people in all their endeavors. And by that I mean Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, and John Helfers. Infinity and Beyond, it is 9:48, so let's take about 7 minutes if we can. We'll be back here at 9:55 Eastern, and then play for you until 11 and figure out what they're going to do with this magic and this meeting with the Iron Council. Until then, everyone, please hold tight. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to go as something is going on with some magic in the world, and it's up to the King's Citadel to figure out what's going on with it as things are getting crazy. Yeah, exactly. As usual. As we're joined, as always, by Trent, Marie, Brandon, Jen, and John, and we'll move back into it. Yes, Alarian.
How tall is the ceiling in this room? I mean, it's dwarven.
Fairly tall. I would say probably 25, 30 feet.
Oh, shit. All right. How hard is it for me to fly in here?
You are able to fly, but your speed is somewhat reduced.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we need to do something about this, like, now. Or talk to somebody about it now.
Yeah, well, and it's appropriate because there's not a map yet, Drew. There will be. There will be. But as you were sort of all thinking about that, there is the same courier that you saw earlier this day has come up to you, comes to the common door and knocks and just opens it to look in and says, I am so sorry to bother you, masters, but the council has assembled. Things are accelerating. You might have noticed some of it here anyway, but, they've asked if you might be able to meet now.
We were just about to ask them the same thing, so we appreciate the courtesy. And absolutely.
Okay, so Rowan, I think, was not in the room. Are you, but you've noticed some of the same things. I also don't want to make this seem like it's exponential acceleration, like all of a sudden you collapse to the ground, but it's
Thank you.
It's like the USS Enterprise. The power loss is definite, Captain, but small. It's small, but it's definite. So
what I was gonna say about that observation. So while everybody else is having this conversation, I'm in my room eating bad grapes, lying down in new bedrobes. I have asked a question and been told to leave the responsibility of finding the answer to Tantin. I am relaxing, and then one of these discs lands square on my left foot. But because the room is so well insulated, no one hears me screaming out in pain. So I just go back to bed. Just elevating my leg, just lying there, annoyed and in pain. I have no idea what's going on outside.
So Rowan is not with you, but Hilar has now come out and sort of sees what's happening and raises an eyebrow and says, I suppose they've decided to move the meeting up then?
Yep. I look at Alarian and I'm like, maybe we should get Rowan. And I just look at Alarian.
Glide over to the door and knock on it rather loudly.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming since you're in pain, you're probably not sleeping super deeply. Anyway,
No, yeah, I'm not sleeping. I'm just lying in bed.
Yeah.
Oh, that door will shake. So he's gonna. If he was napping, he'll be up.
I'll ping Nisiana telepathically and say, oh yeah, that reminds me, he wanted to chat with you while you were praying, but he said you could talk later.
Okay.
So Ilarian is knocking on my door. I hobble to the door. I open it. I'm just in a bathrobe.
The meeting with the Iron Council has been moved up. You should probably dress better.
All right. I slammed the door and started to get dressed.
My sister, I'm like, what does he have to be grumpy about?
This whole
Who knows?
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's having a day, I think.
Every part of me is dressed except for my left foot.
It is a fancy bathrobe, Triffid. That's true. Yeah, maybe even a banyan.
Do I need to heal your left foot when you come out barefooted?
He's got a healing bracelet. He could do it himself if he really wanted to.
The bracelet is off. The bracelet is off. I am experiencing this. I am just Like, you know when something happens to you and you just go, I'm so annoyed that it doesn't occur to me that there are solutions to my problem? That's what happened to my foot, yeah.
Okay. So when he comes out, she looks at him and his foot. Do you need me to heal that?
No, I'm good. Hobbles.
Okay.
Mariner, may you and I exchange yet another look this afternoon.
Yeah, like
That's just going to be the theme of this whole thing. Is the two of you looking at each other.
But you hand over something. You're the arm, Tintin.
Yeah, hand it back. It's like it's diminished, but it will continue to function somewhat. But it's not the arm that's the problem.
It's the
Okay.
magic.
So can
Oh,
I
no.
still shoot?
Yes, somewhat,
Can I still shoot fireballs?
somewhat.
Someone is fine.
Oh, I'm
Put it
burning.
back on. Flex
Tintin ball.
all of my fingers.
Okay.
Are we all ready? It would seem that time is somewhat of the essence.
Oh, go ahead, Nisa.
Greg,
Yeah.
where is the airship? Is it on the ground or is it moored to a tower?
It would be more to a tower because this is up in sort of the mountains. But it is pretty heavily guarded. They have like.
That's not the question.
Oh yeah, about whether it's going to fall. Yeah,
Like-
it does. It does not. It has not fallen from the sky yet. Yet.
She asks one of the people with her, like, do you have like a landing pad?
And he nods and he says, "There are several airships that we've been able to fix a little bit by. Well, if need be, we have essentially what you might call on land dry dock chains, things we can put around them to sort of hold them in place. We do that sometimes when the ships are being built here or being repaired, so fear not. We'll make sure that it doesn't fall to the ground, although none of our airships have fallen yet, even with all of what's going on here."
Okay.
And assuming you're all willing to do it, he leads the way with you and Hilar. As you walk out of your common area and towards the council, the dwarves of the capital seem even more guarded and sullen, and it's very obvious that that's not associated with you. But as you're walking along, there are a series of mage light lanterns that are basically, illuminating the streets. You notice it's almost imperceptible, but there's a little bit of a flicker in those lights as you walk along. There's just a general feeling of that unease that I mentioned and tension that continues. And as you pass through the building's sort of storied halls of the council chamber, you feel that atmosphere increasing. And eventually you are brought into the central meeting hall, which is a really extraordinary place. It's a massive vaulted room, a room with a massive vaulted ceiling, basically, and dangling from 12 separate sort of inverted pillars, sort of leaning down, and on the end of each of them are the colors of each of the clans, basically, of the Mror holds. There is a long stone table around which are seated basically a series of dwarves that are sort of dressed, in finery and, of course, armor. But their faces are grim. And as you come in, the courier bows deeply and says, "I have brought them. These are the ones who spoke to Spinweave, as you've asked." And they nod slowly. The one who is at the far end of the table stands, and he is fairly tall for a dwarf, actually, has this flaming red beard. He looks at you and says, "It's a great honor that we have you here before us. We've heard that you managed to bring some peace to Clan Rofnar, and that you went deep below, to speak with a certain ancient sage. Of course, the reason we've brought you here is, first, we thought we'd want to speak to you about what you had learned and share with you what we've learned in turn. We think that our problems may be connected, but now, as you may have noticed, things are happening faster than we all might have expected. And the dwarves kind of murmur slightly. And he says, I am Torlin. Excuse me. I am having a hard time with my rough voice. He says, I am Torlin Morannon. I am chair of the Iron Council and the leader of Clan Morannon. And I think you know my good cousin, Solring. And you can see standing behind him at the chair is indeed Solring Morannon, who is dressed in the robes of a master artificer, which Tantan certainly you would recognize as well. And he nods politely to all of you. You might note, even without making a check, there is concern upon his face, but that sort of is not surprising given that everyone here seems to be a little freaked out. And he, doesn't say anything more, but Torlin, having introduced himself, says, I'm aware that you are not at liberty to talk about everything you know, and I wouldn't ask you to violate confidences to the people whom you serve. But we would be grateful if you could share with us what it is you might have learned, and we can do the same. And Hilar, who was with you, sort of clears his throat and steps forward and says, I am a representative, you might say, of the nation of Brayland, and I am, of course, acquainted with these 5. I must tell you that most of what they are doing is not something that is meant for others, but these are extraordinary times, and so I would give them dispensation to reveal as much as they feel comfortable to you about what happened down below. However, despite our desires to work together, in the end, they and I serve Brayland and the king, and that is the one to whom we must owe allegiance. I hope you will understand. And the red-haired dwarf nods and says, we would expect nothing more. And then he sort of looks at all 5 of you and says, whatever you're willing and able to tell us, we'd appreciate.
There's a lot of looking back and forth between.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say, look.
Well, I had postulated a question that I haven't gotten answered back to our mind link while Hilar was talking, so I'm not sure exactly
That's
what we
because
know.
I sent it to the wrong person. Hold on. There.
No. Fine by me. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Which, let's face it, is enough. Let's be honest.
And
What they
yeah,
may
and
be doing.
Okay. Who wants to go?
the seal for the realm of the dead is important. That's the big one.
So again, I'm asking who wants to clue them in. I will if I have to, but if someone more silver-tongued wishes to do this, don't let me stop you. I won't.
I hobble towards the door. It is remarkably obvious that I am astoundingly well dressed, except for my vacant left foot.
Throbbing foot. Yes.
Yeah, turning blue everything. I'm going through it over here.
Sanctuary.
Okay.
I know what you speak.
Good evening, friends. My name is Tyrone Morrow. I've been accompanying this retinue for quite some time, and we've seen quite a bit of troubles that may be of concern to you all. Perhaps we should open by asking how much you all know about the Emerald Claw's interest in this space.
And when you say Emerald Claw, they all glance at each other and they say, we have heard rumors, or Morannon, I should say, Torlin says, we've heard rumors that the Emerald Claw may be again operating, but it exists in another nation from the Maror Holds, and so we had paid not much attention to it. Are you saying that they're part of what's happening here?
We have reasonably well gathered intelligence to say that they have a vested interest in not only the Moorholds, but in a realm far deeper and stranger than that.
And they sort of, what realm are you referring to?
And I look to Nisiana and Merime, just kind of like idly hinting to put up a mind link.
Okay.
It's
Ding.
already,
Is it fine if we mention the lure?
I would.
yeah.
I think this is what's doing us.
High stakes. Remember, high stakes.
What does the name Delur mean to you?
And there's a... And Torlin says, the realm of the dead. We know it well, although only in legend.
Does it have a back door? And does the back door have a lock?
And they sort of like, they kind of look at you, and he says, centuries ago it said there was a seal placed upon the realm of the dead. What are you implying then?
Is the seal or the key to unlock that seal in the more holds?
And he sort of thinks about it, and he says, no. And the other dwarves around him sort of nod, and he says, there was a time when the key was held within the Roar Holds. But that was a long time ago. For safety, that key was eventually shattered and destroyed. We assumed, at least our ancestors did, that doing that would prevent the seal from being broken. But this is grievous news. Do you mean the Emerald Claw is trying to break the seal? Why would they do that? Have they lost whatever was left of their minds?
They're fanatical cultists. They lost whatever was left of their mind ages ago.
Spinweave shared this with you then. And you can see, like, he looks thunderstruck. Like, he's holding it together, but this is all really bad, like, from his point of view. He's like, so he says, it was Spinweave that told us to you.
Remind me, what were the questions that we actually asked Spinweave? Because we didn't ask Spinweave related specifically to this, because we had the letter, right?
Yeah, because we had the Emerald Claw letter. We knew that they were the ones who were trying to open it. They were convinced that what they needed to open that seal was in the Maror Holds and had something to do with this glyph that we had.
Yeah, and she told us how to stop them, basically. She gave us the safety mechanism.
Right. Right, because I have the letter. I just can't read it on my phone. So I present the letter for Torlin.
And Torlin kind of looks and reads it out loud. And the dwarves, is there like a more grim, like double grim, triple grim? Like they, their faces look almost
grimaced.
Yeah, exactly.
But
they look
but
like
not
they are just
grimaced.
grimace.
Not
No,
the
no.
past tense of grimace.
Yeah, exactly. and also they don't become grimace.
Right.
Thankfully, don't need to fight our way through that.
They look, their faces just look set like the rock walls of the outer spaces of the Maror Holds. And when it is done, Torlin sort of takes a deep breath and says, "This is darker than we might have expected even. There have been a weakening we've begun to notice, changing of the fields of magic. And it's not the only thing. It's affected everything around us and nearby." And he nods at the guards at the door, and the guards at the door bow, open the door, and then go out and lead back in a robed dwarf into the chamber. And the dwarf comes up and looks older, sort of moves over somewhat, a little stooped as well. And then slowly, she's hooded, and slowly the dwarf lowers her hood, and her eyes are jet black.
Yikes.
And Tornin says, This is one of the healers from the Temple of Aladra. With each life she saves, these shadows have been growing around her. And she's not the only one. We're getting similar reports from all over the Mror holds. Some priests told us several weeks ago that something strange was happening in Dolur, the realm of the dead. And the healer, who again looks like just, like jet black eyes, as I said, looks at you and says, sort of in a kind of almost a whisper, something very quietly, so quiet that maybe only Rowan can hear it until you sort of ask to increase it again, and it says, "The Dream Eater. You must find the Dream Eater."
The what?
So that by that point you would have heard the Dream Eater.
Is this affecting all healers?
Yes. Now let me. In fact, so the Tornin nods. Torlin says, "We're not sure, but it seems likely. We had several that came from outside, and they were suffering a similar fate. The Dream Eater. A deep, dark secret that we've held, but one that must be revealed." Now, Merime, you have heard of the Dream Eater, but it is something which is just a legend about a halfling with power that has the ability to reach the spirits of the dead through dreams. But you don't know any details other than just that. And Torlin takes sort of a deep breath and says, "The Dream Eater belongs to a league of orc tribes who've..." I'm sorry, I said halfling, I meant orc. I apologize, not halfling.
Okay.
You're going to run into halflings too, sorry. Orc tribes, I beg your pardon, she's an orc.
Halfling and orcs working together.
The
Madness.
Dream
Oh,
Eater
yes.
belongs to the Drashtar. It's a league of orc tribes who've warred with the dwarves for many generations. The Drashtars believe the spirits of the dead guide their living through dreams, and their spiritual leaders are known as bone casters. The only way we know of them, though, is that the Dream Eater was cast out from her tribe. She had what you might call radical views on death and magic. She specializes in destroying spirits. It's a practice that villainized her among the Drashtar, but it made her an asset to factions outside the orc clans, including us. But it's been a long time since we've had any contact or truck with the Dream Eater. However, we know where she used to be. If there's anyone who would know something about the realm of the dead and the ways to contact it, especially the ways that the dead's seals on that door can be resealed, or at least perhaps the shattered pieces of the key found and reassembled, it would be her. And there's sort of a general pause, and as he finishes saying this, there is a very dead, stony silence, and you can tell that the dwarf clan leaders, the other 11, are just, they're not angry that this has been, like, it's clearly that they're all like, yeah, we have to say this, but it's like they've just explained. So this is a thing which is really bad, completely bad for us, and it kind of sucks that we have to tell you about it because no one's supposed to know about this person. Like, they're very much like, this sucks, but they're kind of up against it, is the impression that you get. So yeah, Sulring also just looks, his eyes are cast down towards the floor, and he looks very troubled.
I'll kind of note that and just say, like, I've heard of the Dream Eater through the Kalishtar as well. We're aware of her, though not to this degree, of course.
And Torlin says, "You're not errand runners. You're far more important. But the truth is that if we send our own people, if we find the rest of the orc clans, we'd be right back at war with them again. The chances of finding her on our own is not likely. But the Orc clans would have no reason to distrust you. And besides that, if there are those among you who know something about the process of dreams, and they indicate you, Merime, and if you've already spoken to Spinweave, then we can think of no one better. And he sort of looks at Halar and he says, your people aren't ours to command, but we would beg the nation of Brayland for help. If the magic continues to fail, if our healers continue to founder, we may find ourselves bereft. We'll be vulnerable to any attack that comes. We won't survive. And if this is happening in your nation, you won't either. And Halar sort of nods slowly. And he looks at all of you. And he says, I can't order you to do this. It's not coming from the king. But our job is to try to head off the conflict that we've seen coming. If that's the case, this might be the only way.
Here's a quick and unfortunate question. This Dream Eater, you'd argue then that we need her allyship to ensure that nothing tragic happens in Dolur?
At least to find her and ask her questions. And yes, she has the power, some say, to go to the realm of the dead.
What if she's working with the Emerald Claw?
And there's sort of a general murmuring, and Torlin says, no. She walks her own path, that one. She was not only thrown out of her own tribes, but when she left, they said they would kill her, till she killed the Orc clan leader herself and walked out on her own. The day that she works for the Emerald Claw will be the day she's 6 feet under the ground. And the dwarves all sort of nod sagely.
So what if she's a tool that the Claw would rather seize by force?
They might. And although she has power, I don't know that she could stand up against all of them. If it's true that this magic is weakening, she might be the only one who can tell us, and maybe they know that. But we haven't heard about the Emerald Claw beyond the general stirrings of information till you told us. We don't know how powerful they are.
Where is she?
And Torlin says, the Dream Eater was last seen in the Talenta Plains, riding with the local copperback halfling tribe near the eastern border. Now, in case you're curious about where that might be, let's go down to here. The Talenta Plains are
Way down south.
right down here,
Not
but over
that
near
far,
the eastern
not
border.
that far.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Now, the good news is you do have Thronehold's Hope, your airship gifted to you by Karnath. You do have your airship here, assuming it's still flying. But assuming it's still functioning, you do have that here.
And just out of curiosity, in what direction, this is Jen, or maybe she's putting it over the link. Which direction is the place that we need to go to with the sigil to stop them from opening the barrier?
Southwest.
Yeah.
Oh. So, kind of on the way.
Oh, yeah, the plane, you mean the plains before the Mornland? Yeah. Sort of. I mean, it's sort of south and then directly west if you wanted to get there, but yeah.
Okay. So, instead of going to stop the Emerald Claw, we have to go and find this person first.
So she can tell us how to stop the Emerald Claw, basically.
There is that small, petty, insignificant detail.
Yep.
Now, I should also mention, since this means that I get to talk more about Eberron lore. Twist my arm. I also want to mention that all of you know about the Talenta Plains, which are rather sort of, I would say, kind of legendary almost.
Kind of like a corn pudding. It's really tasty. It's very nice.
Whole different matter, yeah. So the Talenta Plains are, there are basically three things that you generally find in the Talenta Plains, and that is halflings, livestock, and dinosaurs. Because the halflings of the Talenta Plains are well known to have dinosaur mounts that they basically connect with. They actually they domesticated the dinosaurs of the plains, and they use them as mounts and beasts of burden and so on. And a sacred bond exists between a hunter and mount. I would say that Merime probably saw during the last war. The last thing you want to look at is a raging halfling barbarian riding a furious clawfoot raptor that's like riding right towards you. It is a pretty terrifying sight. You also know that the Talenta religion reveres spirits, both departed ancestors and natural spirits. And Nisiana, House Jarasco, originated in the Talenta Plains in ancient times.
Oh, I did not know that. Maybe that's where my love of driving things comes from.
That could very well be. Part of the reason is because you also know that there are stories of spirits which haunt the plains, many of them. And that may explain the reverence that the Talentans have for that.
Delightful. All right.
And so basically Tornin looks at you and, sort of, I guess, waits for an answer from them. And Hilar sort of has told you what he thinks might be the best path, what may seem like the best course of action, but has also said he's not going to order you because, again, this is not coming from the king, from Brayland.
At this point, it doesn't matter if it comes from the king. If they get that thing open, we're all screwed. So there's, let's do the mind link pretty much is what Valerian's saying. We don't really have much of a choice. I feel we need to go and probably leave tonight.
Agreed.
Ditto.
Yeah. They'll give you, by the way, they'll give you till tomorrow morning, by the way, I should say, to finish, constructing, iron defenders and things. So just so you know.
Oh, no, iron defenders are stupid. No.
I've given up that. Now it's an iron raptor.
Yeah.
Steel defenders. Improved.
I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry.
Ah.
Right, now steel defender. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I think a good
Tintin?
night's rest would help. Also gives me a chance to actually send that sending to Rowan so that he can an hour later send back to me.
During the meeting,
Just doing sending at 3 a.m. And Alarian actually reaches out to Tantin over the link and is like, "Are you in agreement with this plan? I did not hear from you."
And he just silently nods.
All right. Alarian, who hasn't spoken up to this point, by the way, turns to face the council and says, "Yes, we will go."
And there is sort of a palpable, not exactly a sigh of relief, but a slightly less, everything about the dwarves is going to be more or less grim. Slightly less grimmening is what I'm going to say. It's the grimmening, the removal of the grimmening.
Our tension has lessened by 15%.
Exactly. And Tornin says, "Thank you." And they also give you, in advance, each 800 gold pieces on top of it.
I would also request something from the council that
What's that?
can prove. No, I mean, let me explain. When we reach her, since the council or the dwarves know of her, I would have them give us something that we can use to identify. Yes, we're with the Iron Council, or we come on behalf of the Iron Council to give her as a sign.
Yes, they can absolutely do that. In fact, there is an Iron Council kind of medallion, I guess I would say, that reflects it's like a embossed metal on which there are the 12 pillars that I mentioned, right? Like with the flags hanging down, sort of embossed on this metal.
I will happily accept that.
Now, one thing I want to warn everybody about, mechanically, is going to this place in the Talenta Plains, coupled with what's happening in terms of the magic situation I've been describing, is going to lead to some issues, especially relating to healing. So here's where I have to tell you what mechanically this does.
Jen, get ready for those
prices.
jet black eyes. Yeah.
Hold on, let me make some notes.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
The Dwarf's
All right.
Grim. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So anytime a creature uses a spell or power to heal another creature, they gain negative energy points, which are equal to the hit points healed by the target. While a creature's total negative energy points equals or exceeds their current hit points, they gain vulnerability to all damage, take double damage, and
Jesus.
have disadvantage on death saving throws.
Oh,
Hold on. Okay, negative energy.
Yep.
Cool.
I'll slow down. There's more, but I'll slow down right now.
HP. Why?
there's just a lot.
While it's less than your total hit points.
Mm-hmm.
While.
So when it equals or when the total negative energy points equals or exceeds their current hit points.
Equal or greater than.
Fun.
Then they
Correct.
gain vulnerability to damage.
Gain.
And
Does that also affect items?
I'm glad you asked. Yes, but it affects
All claw machine ticket prices are double.
exactly, or doubled.
Okay, the damage.
And
then-
also disadvantage on death saving throws. On that too. And since we mentioned, I'm glad you brought up the item question. The manufacturer or maker of the item is the one receiving negative energy. So when you are healed by the bracelets or the rings that Tantan gave you, Tantan gets the negative energy.
Nice. I mean, that's terrible.
So how does this work with my aura?
If your aura, well, you mean the aura of life?
Yeah.
That's a different
Eberron gave it to you, so Eberron absorbs the negative energy.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
no problem.
and then
There we
they're
go.
vulnerable to all damage. No, the aura of life is not really affecting this. It's more specific damage that you're taking in terms of hit points and stuff like that. But the given the circumstances, if anyone is, let's say, thrown out of your aura of life, right, in this situation, this could be really bad. Now, there is a way to get around it, though. When a creature with negative energy points deals damage to an enemy, they reduce their total negative energy points by an equal amount. So if you hit something for 20 points, you get 20 points off of your negative energy score.
All right, things are looking up.
I think that wouldn't.
Sure, just have your healer do all the damage. You should be fine.
Well, I mean, I have some ability to do damage, but that's not what I'm supposed to be doing.
And that, by the way, is to a minimum of 0. So you can't, like, get a pool of positive energy and then, like it doesn't work that way, right?
Oh, now you say it.
Yeah, now you tell us.
Unfair.
So I
Okay.
have written down spell or heal or power to heal equals negative energy of HP healed equals negative energy of HP healed. When negative energy is equal to or greater than HP, gain vulnerability to damage and disadvantage on all death saving throws. When a creature with negative energy deals damage, they shed that much negative energy until the negative energy is 0.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
This sucks.
Yeah.
I had a good time. I'm hating every minute of it.
It sucks a lot. So that's the mechanical thing I needed to tell you. Do you have anything else that any of you want to say to Tornin or not? Again, you can speak to each other in a minute, but anything else for the council specifically that any of you have?
I'm good. I got the seal. We're all good as far as I'm concerned.
Rowan, do you have anything you want to say to the council either? Okay. Okay.
You see how well your secrets are serving you.
And the council, Tornin actually nods and he says, "Not well. But old habits, I'm afraid, die hard. Something we've had to learn.
When habits like this die hard, you will die much more easily. Correct this imbalance.
And he nods slowly, and the others are like, yeah, pretty much. When you are about to leave, the Soul Ring comes up and shakes everyone's hand, including Rowan's and everybody.
Shakes Rowan. This looks a bit dim. Shut up!
I noticed that. Yeah, no. And as he does so, I would say, Rowan, he says this to you. He comes up and shakes the hand. A few of you would probably be clustered around. And he says, I have told the council all I know about the Oracle of War and its creation. Our enemies could be listening even here, so we must proceed with caution. This letter contains a warning. Heed it. And he pushes a letter, Rowan, into your hand. And I happen to have that letter.
Wow, almost as if you planned it or something. Crazy.
Yeah. I will show it to everybody, but since I happen to have the physical thing right here, and I happen to have the physical thing from Rowan, I will give you that.
Thing with the stuff.
Oh God.
Would you like to read that, please, whilst I shift over and show the handout on here?
For those of you who remember what Gimo looked like when he was about this big.
Wow. Oh, that's cool. Mine's asleep.
You're muted. We can't hear you, so.
The cat muted me.
Ah.
It's Oreo, actually, but good remembering.
Oh, okay. Well,
They're very similar.
yes.
Yay, Oreo.
He's bigger than hi.
Okay.
But Oreo's not French. I mean, he's French Canadian, but
No,
you know.
but he's got an English mom and a French mom, so you know.
Oh well.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do.
All right. You wish to read this, Rowan? So,
Yes.
all right.
My friends, I've told the Iron Council all I know of the Oracle of War and await their ruling on the matter. The dragon-marked houses cannot be trusted. It's my ardent belief they were behind the attempt to destroy you and the Oracle following your meeting with the 12. They will not accept that failure. Whoever controls the draconic prophecy holds the fate of the world in their palm. Something strange happened when the Oracle was field-tested. I don't know what caused the event, but some magic touched it and awoke in it an inexplicable connection to the draconic prophecy. The morning buried the device in Kalazart, but you found it, and now your fates are entwined. The moment you touched it, you became extraordinary. But what if you didn't find the Oracle of War? What if it found you? Know this, the primary operation of the Oracle of War relies on the Lemanian Triune, a trio of genies imprisoned within it by a matrix of Kyber dragon shards. The artifice that binds them together has principles in common with the seals the gatekeepers created to imprison the Dalekir, though the specifics regarding those are lost to time. However, as this gatekeeper seal under Metro weakens, the arcane backlash could destabilize the matrix holding the Lemanian Triune in place. Perhaps it has already done so. Be wary. Your ally, Sulring Moranon. Genies, dog? Rowan is looking at the letter and going, really? Genies, elementals, everything, just trapping things beyond our ken. Maybe we're the bad guys. Maybe the Lord of Blades is on to, you know what? No.
Arv, you have the text of that we can see?
Yeah, we kind of need that.
I put it up. Did you not see?
No.
I shared it. Oh, great.
Solring is present, right?
No, Soul Ring. Hold on a second.
You said
Appears
you
in
were
a
there.
puff of smoke. He handed her the letter, and I think he boogied. I'm not sure.
And just the letter and goes and disappears. Genie!
Okay, I'm gonna reload. I don't know why it's.
Oh, they got it.
You put it in the journals. Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So, yeah. And as far as Soul Ring being present, yes, but he immediately stepped back behind the others, like, you know, Tornin and like the rest of the council, as they're kind of standing up and milling about. You get the impression that this was like, he doesn't want to tell you more. I mean, well, he's told you what he feels like
Yeah.
he can tell you because the walls have ears, type of thing.
Um, um, this is a very puzzling letter. They're ruling on what? This makes no sense. All right. Once we're on the ship, we will discuss this. As I said, that's what I say on the freaking through the mind link. Like, no talking about anything until we are out of here.
Wait. Can you use? What is it? What spell am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a cantrip.
Prestidigitation, certainly. If you'd like to clean your silk robe,
Oh my
sure to
god.
do that.
I've already cleaned most of the clothing.
I might use
I'm fucking back.
Fireball right now.
Wall of fire. Let's just.
Yes.
Careful.
Hold on. Can my illusion make it look like something has disappeared?
Prestidigitation, sleight of hand.
I want to use minor illusion to make it look like the letter that I've received is blank.
Maybe. Depends on who you. I mean, you can try to do that, although who are you trying to.
Yeah, I just don't want
Totally.
anybody to question me about the letter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think you could probably do that.
If
Although the
I
minor
remember
illusion,
correctly-
though, has to be kept up. So, like, it isn't like you permanently enchant it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
And I believe prestidigitation will allow you to remove text from something for like an hour, and then it will reappear.
Do I have Let's make sure that I have prestidigitation.
I think you'll have to double
If
check.
not,
that.
I
I
don't
do.
have it.
You could ask Mini-Me to do it if you'd like.
But double check that. I'll double check.
Oh, right, yes. So I walk up to Merman and go, I think this was handed to me in error. This is a note from your cousin. Mind link, I'm like, soldering.
Oh. So let's check. Yeah, let's check the prestidigitation.
Harmless sensory effects.
I can make it smell like lavender.
How fortunate the dwarves are deathly allergic to that.
Lavender,
Oh!
our only weakness.
Make a symbol appear on an object of a surface for an hour. So I suppose you can do an image of, I don't know, the Oracle of War or the symbol just covering the entire letter.
Yeah, I could just probably, like, if
Mhm.
by
I do it
symbol,
too.
like if I could just change the whole thing to black, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, Marame,
Screen
when you
fate.
try to do that, it is you cover it somewhat with black, but the letters, if you look closely, are still somewhat visible.
It's like when you use a really shitty pen to redact something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and you don't think this is anything magical on the paper. You think that
it's my magic.
not quite right. Yeah.
Okay, I am going to, a creature.
Cool. Fun. Cool. Grand. Yes. Lovely.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna
also-
then shove it into my jacket afterwards, looking
Okay.
annoyed.
Okay.
While we're doing this whole thing, since nobody actually told me about the fact that we had an article, I will talk over the mind link and say, hey, I'll contact my house to find out if this black thing, this thing is happening to healers outside of this area.
Oh, you didn't know? You didn't hear?
Tanton doesn't have the article, so otherwise he would just hand it to her. Right here where we're
Yeah,
standing.
while Robot is handing papers out, I just had a report to Nasiana.
So you hand the letter, the article to Nisiana at this
Mhm.
point.
Yes.
Like,
Well, wait, she didn't know the newspaper article about the healer's widespread plague.
she did. Nobody told her about it.
I know, but you said the letter. I want to make sure you got the right piece of paper.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
the,
Yeah.
the newspaper.
The
Yeah.
article.
There are two things circulating. I want to make sure you got the right one. That's all.
The,
Yeah.
the letter is with Marame. The article went from
Rowan to you.
Yeah.
correct. So
There you
basically,
go.
handed out two pieces of paper to me and Marame,
Yep.
and I'm just like,
And when I do it, I actually like look at your eyes for a moment. Like I'm trying to do it as subtly as
which you have to
possible, but I'm
lean
looking at
way
your eyes.
down.
You do realize I'm like 2.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I
Yeah,
kneel
look
down and try to
down.
make it look like I'm doing something else, like I'm tending to my injured foot, but I am looking at your eyes.
I asked Luciana, what is it in the mind link?
It's an article about healers being afflicted all over,
Oh,
especially my house.
oh.
So, GM, is anything funky with Luciana's eyes?
Yeah,
Make a
because she
perception
does look
check
at
for
my
me.
sister.
My perception is, I should just pull this up here, but I didn't want to bother you. My perception.
And I will say that she looks a little stricken at the fact that her family is like,
Oh, sure.
I
Plus
wouldn't be
2.
surprised.
Perception and not
Uh-huh.
arcana.
Right.
Right, plus 2.
so yeah, she's not paying any attention to Rowan at this point.
Is that a 4? So 6. I glean nothing.
Yeah, it looks. Her eyes do not look like. There's certainly not any kind of jet black. Not anywhere close to the dwarven healer that you saw. Doesn't. You don't think so?
No.
Not yet.
Yeah,
I
she
will.
has brown eyes. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what she looks like.
I think so, yeah.
Eyes or brown.
We'll figure this out, Luciana. We'll save them all, but we should get moving and please be careful.
Well, she says rather peevishly aloud, well then stop getting hurt.
You stop you stop getting hurt.
And she laughs at you.
So once you've had the chance to depart the chamber, before anything that anyone wants to say to each other before the airship leaves the next day, Hilar does kind of assemble the troops, and so to speak,
King Citadel, assemble!
in the common rooms. Yeah, exactly, in the common room. And he says, I'm glad that you're doing this, because even though I can't order you, I think it is the right thing to do. But I want to ask a question. It's not right for me always to have to send you off while I stay behind. And yet I find myself having to do so more often than not because I'm in contact with people back home. And in this case, I have a question. You've got your airship up there, and you got the Oracle there too. But if you wish, if you're worried about it, you could leave it with me here. Even the Maror holds, I don't feel comfortable just putting it in their own security. But I would be willing to babysit it, I suppose, the way that I've done back in Salvation. At the same time, though, I don't always want to be the person who stays behind. If you'd rather I come and do the best I can, maybe stay on the airship with it or come with you, I will. But either way, you need to know that we are officially now outside the direct instructions of the king. That means that it's going to be up to us. We have enough wiggle room that we can do what it is we think is necessary. But here, going forward over the plains, we're on our own.
I think we've been on our own for a long time.
He kind of nods slowly. And yeah.
Rowan literally puts up his hand.
Yeah.
Halar, we know you have a vested interest, but do you have a gun?
And Halar is sort of, he says, I have not a gun. And he draws out his sword. Now, you have only actually ever seen Halar draw his weapon on 2 separate occasions. And Rowan, you've never seen it. Mm-hmm. One was way, way, way back at the house with the undead, where he was battling with you. And the second is when you had the fight for salvation, right? Where the you had the invading assassins that came to try to find the Oracle, and you had it. But Merime, of course, is familiar with this, and it's been a while for all of you. But Rowan, you've never seen his sword flashes out so quickly you barely see it clear the sheath, and the light sort of flashes off it. As he sweeps it through the air, and then he says, I don't have a gun, but I have a desire to help, and I have a little bit of skill to have done it. And he puts the sword back in its sheath, and he says, not that a sword necessarily does any good against the coming of the dead, but still, I'm willing to stand with whatever strength and skill I have if I need to.
Rowan audibly exclaims, "You could have known we could have known that you were armed weeks ago. Did the rest of you know?"
Yes.
We met during the
Do
war.
you not see the sword on his belt?
Visibly
It was-
deflated.
He was in the war with my sister.
Yeah, that's how we met originally. That's how we joined the King's Citadel.
To answer your question, Halar, I would like you along with us, even if it is partly to make sure there's somebody who has an eye on the Oracle.
I'm inclined to agree. Having someone on this ship who can make split-second decisions about when to come to get us and when to leave us behind is valuable. Having an eye on the Oracle with a sword is also valuable. And being able to check in with you sooner rather than later about these developments before we get picked up by third parties who, in our last 4 engagements entirely, have not had our best interests at heart, is more useful than the alternative. You don't have to be in battle with us. You don't even need to be in the same territory as battle. But I think it's valuable to have you on the airship.
And he
I nudge
nods.
Fred. I nudge Mia Tanton for his thoughts.
Are there any of the dwarves still in the chambers?
No,
attending
this
to
is
it?
you back in the common room. There are currently no one else besides the 6 of you.
Actually, we're speaking through the mind link. We'll just include Hilar in this. I don't wish any words to go outside. This is all happening mentally.
Okay.
Yeah, so Tanton just kind of holds a finger from him and goes to the main door of the common room that goes back out into the hallway. Because presumably one of the attendants is there.
Yeah,
just in case
outside
we
the
need
doors.
something.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yes. So he kind of leans in and is like, "Do you have alchemists?"
And well, yes, master, we do.
All right. I need you to do me a favor. Have one of them who makes healing potions. Have them bring one of their potions here.
And he nods. He's like, oh, of course, at once. And he turns and heads off down the hall.
And Tanton kind of looks back and is like, "I'm sorry, what was your question?"
And through the mind link, she says, "Are you good with Halar coming with us or not?"
Yes.
Ilarion?
Ordinarily, I would say yes. However, I am concerned that we are concentrating everything in one spot. If we are overwhelmed, if the airship is taken, and this is no denigration of your skills, Halar, but there are forces that we may face that none of us may be able to stop if the Oracle were to fall in the wrong hands because we brought it to the enemy. I feel it could be a grave miscalculation. I will acquiesce to the majority. I'm just not sure if it is the right thing to do, where perhaps I would argue we should leave Halar and the Oracle behind while
With
we
the
go on
Oracle?
this mission.
Leave the Oracle behind with Halar.
Yes, in Salvation.
Okay.
Well, you wouldn't. Well, I don't know that he'd bring it all the way back to Salvation. You're probably talking about leaving it in the Maror holds.
But
With
the miracles are
with lore.
they're safe, right, from everything we've gleaned? Or
I mean,
No one's spoken any kind of keyword to make him go into kill crazy psychos yet. So
yeah, I mean, like, well, I was gonna say, I guess part of it too is how many times have you saved Salvation now? But yeah, at the moment, I mean, Maror holds is, pretty secure, but it is true. You were in a place that would have been pretty secure if it weren't for this, keyword that was spoken.
Yeah.
Having said that, there may be no safe places, relatively speaking, but there are a lot of people that are quite invested clearly in trying to protect whatever it is that you have. And so Roarholds are pretty secure relative to everything else.
But if everyone agrees to take him with, I will go along with it. I'm just stating my reservation.
Well, I have 2 thoughts on that. And while I would normally agree with you, Alarian, one, the Oracle of Bones and the Oracle of War are connected, and we may be able to find it through that. Yes, it may be the opposite as well. Second was, what if the Oracle of War called us? And the draconic prophecy and all of this is all together. And if we leave the Oracle behind, we are lessening our chances of succeeding. We have all seen extraordinary stuff.
Flamewind did tell us that we were linked with the Oracle as well, and now the letter.
Yeah.
I mean, how wise is it to leave behind something that might help us survive the plains and maybe even this plague?
And while I trust Halar, I trust no one else around him.
Maramy, you said the letter from Soul Ring?
Mm-hmm.
The letter that, forgive my bluntness, tells us 2 of our party members may not to be trusted because their houses are in league with destroying this.
Wait,
I don't know.
Wait, I missed that part of it.
No,
Did you not
he's-
see that the dragon marked houses cannot be trusted? The second line?
The dragon
You-
mark houses, but not our
you
party
2
members per
and-
se.
Well, okay, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if this is the ravings of a madman, because where did Soul Ring get this information? He posits this stuff with no proof. And I don't know why he's giving it to us now. It
I
makes
am
me very
particularly-
suspicious.
I am
I
particularly
trust you
curious
too
about
implicitly. According to him, though, we should not, theoretically. But what he postulates in this letter, I have a hard time believing. He's saying that
Oh.
they attacked our... Yes?
I don't doubt that at all. I have no trust in Merrick's anymore.
And when did you arrive at this conclusion?
He's
7, 8 months ago.
since we've known him, he's said that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Rowan, you were saying something?
That's right. I have a note about that. Okay. I just never followed up on it. I actually made a note to ask you about it, and I never followed up on it. All right. Never mind.
Go ahead, Ron.
To Alarian's point, I am curious about one particular detail. His letter just openly admits that the Oracle of War is full of genies, a thing that was new to us as everything else that we've learned about the box up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
I have no reason to immediately consider it dishonest, but it is quite a random piece of information to just learn sight unseen. So learning that, plus the fact that you are somehow entwined with the thing, implies all sorts of things that are unfalsifiable but curious. To Merrimace, I say this with the utmost respect, I didn't trust the dragon marked houses before Solring spoke.
I don't
People-
disagree.
People in positions of power have been making moves against you without your knowledge or consent for months now. We've literally seen that with at least 2 of your houses. And one of those is yours, Mermaid.
I don't have a house, not me, Nisiana.
Right, is your sister's.
Wait, what has Decent G. Durasco done? What is Jen not remembering?
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled about that myself.
Remember, wait. Right, if you're not in the house, that time when you had to kill that woman has nothing to do with the house thing. Ah, right. I
No,
misremembered
when
the
I
entire thing.
murdered?
Yes,
Yeah,
when
I
you
did
you
murdered.
murder?
that anyway.
Right, yeah, that was business. Cool. Right.
Yeah, you don't know about that, but he did. They asked Nisiana and said the house would be in danger if it wasn't dealt with. So Mirimi dealt with it.
Right, but you wouldn't know that. But
Right,
you,
yeah, that's
Yeah.
not something I would know. Right, yes, fair.
You do know about the house, Kenneth, and you do know what you heard from the House Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Which we
They don't know about.
Oh, yes.
We all clear, right?
Right, yes.
Uh-huh.
Rewinding.
Yeah.
I was referring to the section about the Oracle of War, though. I mean, the warning about the houses might not be a bad thing, but he did mention too that the Oracle, I mean, he helped create the Oracle of Bones, right? And had a hand in the Oracle of War. And he said the Oracle of War might have found this, like that
That
it might be
part-
linked to us.
That part is curious.
It
I get
is.
two meanings. One,
Okay.
so far, considering the fact that by that definition, the Oracle is literally a prison for three living things. The fact that we have consistently proven ourselves to care more about the good of other creatures than what this box can give us could potentially imply something spiritual, something that only other people in this group are capable of answering on a deeper level than I can. The other, more morbid suggestion is that somebody manufactured the circumstances by which you discovered the box the first time.
Wait,
Hmm.
say that again?
Someone manufactured the circumstances by which we discovered it the first time.
There's no better con than leading someone to believe that they found the riches in the middle of the street.
Why did we go to the red market?
Didn't Halar send us there?
Why did Halar know what he knows? I turned to Halar.
And Hilar shrugs and says, well, you might remember you had gone into the gray in part because you were trying to help some people in salvation. At the time, you were building up your connections and contacts with them. Obviously, the Fireweave Bazaar, once you explained it to me, well, I didn't know a whole lot about it until you managed to stumble into, I believe you told me you fell directly on top of, the
That we did.
Oracle of War.
Mm-hmm.
And
the other salvage crew.
he says, yes. And that's, of course, where you got caught up in the Lord of Blades. I
That's-
don't know, to be honest with you, much about how the Oracle functions. None of us really did, except the fact that it did function. But it does make some sense. If what he's saying is that, and he's going to finish this one thing, I think. If what he's saying is that this thing is beginning to weaken, maybe the Oracle, the things inside it, decided they needed to find you. If someone were to ask me who the most extraordinary group of individuals I knew was, I know where I would have pointed them.
You're biased.
Yes, it's a bias from experience.
Out of gameplay, real
Sure.
quick, because I need to remember what my character would remember. Did Halar send us to the Fireweave Bazaar?
I believe the Fireweave Bazaar came when you were going to help Garunda and you were sent into the Mornland as a result. That was either number 1 or number part 2, though. I don't 100% recall.
It was part 2. We went into to find Garunda. We found her. That's when we fought the glass critters.
Yeah.
Uh-huh,
We
right.
rescued her and her dog Errol. We brought them
Right.
back.
That was like
And
mission
then-
number 1.
Then we learned of another salvage crew that had gone out and had not yet reported
That's
back.
right. But that's right. But that information, I think, came from Garunda, though. That there was another
all.
salvage crew. And this was all, Hilar for the first few missions, remember, was just basically like, ingratiate yourself to the people of salvation. Like, help them out, do what you can to build these connections, which you did famously, by the way. But yeah,
Yes.
so I think that's what it was. So he did not specifically say, go here and find this. So,
All right, hold on a second, because I'm remembering it differently. I'm remembering the other salvage crew that didn't come back was the one where we found the Changeling. Not the Changeling, the other one. The one who got killed when we were defending the town against the first invasion. The hell was her name? You know who I'm talking about, that I installed as the sheriff.
yeah, that's right.
I thought that was the team that was missing, so I'm still not
Whist.
clear on the Fireweave one. Thank you.
Whist, that's right, yes.
Whist, yeah, but I'm still not clear on how we got to the Fireweave Bazaar. Was it another missing team?
Right. While all of this,
Because we
Because-
found them.
Yeah,
We
go ahead.
found them while we were there.
Yeah.
Sure.
But that
I
no,
wanna know
Wisp
if
was
anything
Wisp was a
said
different one
was
with
a
a big
cover
cannon.
story
That was
or
like in a
essentially
completely
gives
different
away that
direction.
there
The
were
Fireweed
details
Bazaar
about that-
was a
those
destination
first missions.
we were
that
tasked to go
His
to.
speech reveals he had information prior
Sure.
to them.
So Rowan is insight checking Hilar. In
That's
case
his
people
rule.
are.
Yeah, thank you. I wish I remembered. Granted, it's 2 years ago.
Yeah, I
57
don't think I
22.
have notes on this either.
22.
I'm looking, but
Rowan, you have grown up and lived for a long time knowing when people are pulling a con. If he's pulling one, it's a hell of a good one because you think he's being clear, he's being straight with you. And from as far as you can tell, that he was, when you went and discovered this information, it was of obvious strategic and important value to Brayland for sure. But that he knew that you were sort of connected to the Oracle the way that you described yourselves and how things had happened. But Hilar has always had a very high, I mean, actually what Tanton said is true. He is biased. He believes you are the best organization that exists in Brayland and maybe the Five Nations. And that's the impression that you're getting from him, not that he's trying to put one over on you.
And specifically, not that any of their prior excursions were legitimately manufactured.
Not by Hilar.
Cool. I put my metal arm out for a handshake.
And he does shake it.
I
this is
grip it particularly strongly when I say.
You rip his arm off. Ah!
Oh God. I say, you strike me as an honest John. That's been the case every time we've interacted with you. You know better than we do that we are in harm's way and a half doing this work. And you are getting your orders from someone above you. Someone so high above, I can only reason as to whether these four have ever met your superiors. I would like you to consider something potentially reckless. For one, easily anxious thief's benefit, which is there even the vaguest possibility that the King's Citadel exists for the sole purpose of ensuring that the Oracle of War keeps moving and that this conflict, as a result, gets sparked by its presence?
So he he nods thoughtfully and he says, I've thought quite a bit about that. I've thought about it even more when the attack happened on you at Flamewind at Moorgrave University. I started wondering then if there was something that was going on behind the scenes. So I did a bit of ferreting out myself. I can't promise you that everyone in Brayland is legitimate. I can't promise you that every troop is honest. But I report, directly to the king. And he pauses for a second and then he says, you're going to have a chance to meet him, King Boronel, sooner rather than later. In the meantime, I can tell you one thing for certain. I don't believe that you were sent around on purpose to expose the Oracle by anyone in Brayland. Some might believe that there were others who sent you around to do what had to be done. And he looks at Nisiana, someone that Nisiana has direct connection with. And he kind of nods at her dragon mark tattoos. But, and he pauses, there's another question. If what you're talking about is true, if the Oracle has 3 creatures inside it, it's possible that the one who's been telling you to move around the Oracle
Is the Oracle?
is the Oracle. Which is a good place for us to end our session. Because when we start next, we will finish up this convo briefly and move into the Talenta Plains.
Dinosaurs.
Halfling barbarians on dinosaurs. Let's go! Right.
Yay!
I am super pumped for that. I'm also really a fan that we got a little bit of revelation here. Well, more than a little bit about Nature's the Oracle of War, but also about all of the magic starting to fit. Everyone being like, perhaps we should accelerate this meeting, with things. It's going to be great. I cannot wait to see, because the stuff is really wild. I mentioned that this gets very, very wild about this, and everyone is connected in some way. We did a lot of today with Rowan. Obviously, Tanton is going to have a lot to say about this based upon the artificial, the stuff that he has magically enchanted. Clearly, Nisiana, since House Tarasco is square in the middle of this. Alarian too, as always, especially as someone who is outside of the dragon marked houses and kind of looking to see what happens. And Merame, a Kalashtar who knows about dreams and is going to be in the midst of this whole thing regarding dream space. So it's going to be great, is what I'm saying. I cannot wait for it. But before we get to it, we are going to have to find out a little bit about how these people felt. So I'm going to switch us back to the ziggurat, and I'm going to ask the gentleman in the bottom right, one Mr. John Helfers. John, good stuff today. Some very good stuff said about Alarian. Also a lot of humor that I really appreciated from everybody, including just the sort of set pieces of people walking out, Rowan walking in, praying, getting up, walking out. Everyone, as we said, all side-eyeing, looking at each other during this was very funny to me. So anyway, that was cracking me up. And now, Alarian, you have to think about this, because House Tarasco may be affected. House Cannith may be affected. Merame is the sister of someone in House Tarasco. And as you said, Rowan never trusted any of the dragon marked houses to begin with, but now clearly trusts all of you. So it puts you all in a very interesting multiple positions here. So having said all of that, how did you feel about today's session, John? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
So, real quick, first of all, literally, note to self, ask me a Tanton about what evidence he has other than his suspicions about his house. And I wrote that like 6 months ago. No shit.
So funny.
Boy,
You're like,
and
oh,
I
yeah, he's always
never
said that. Oh,
got a chance to follow. I remember that, like, oh shit, I wrote about that. So it's true. And second, there's no situation so serious that a bit of levity can't ever be inserted into it to lighten the mood. Anyways, this was a lot of fun. Yeah, this was, some of our RP sessions are, I think, the best. This was, I think, among them. Just everything that needed to get out in the open, everything needed to be spilled by people here and there and everywhere, everything. Once again, another of the patented, very strange conversations that Illyrian has with Rowan, which are always very, very interesting. Old ladies robbing a bank. No, we're trying to save the world. The scale scope's a little different.
I loved how you just kept being like, how Illyrian kept being like, yeah, can we just use a different metaphor? And Rowan's like, no. So let's expand the metaphor with the 4 old ladies.
Yes, which was hilarious, because it really illustrated the different viewpoints that Rowan and Illyrian have on like everything, which was a hoot. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed my conversation with everybody. Do as I say, not as I do.
A Golden Girls joke. I should have made a Golden Girls joke.
You had plenty of opportunity.
All right, go ahead.
So yeah, that was great too. It was like, yes, you can't, but no, don't tell me to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you not to do what you want to do. And it was hilarious. That was great too. And yeah, just the whole thing was hysterical. And of course, we had to get really serious with the Iron Council and everything, and Solring's letter, which still bothers me. It actually still bothers Illyrian, because like, this guy's spouting off like he's suddenly the National Enquirer. What the hell? And yes, I know he's the creator of the artifact, but I'm like, he's saying a lot here with what I say is no proof, but that's neither here nor there. Anyways, a lot of fun, very enjoyable, and looking forward to the next session in March. But yeah, great time.
Good stuff, John. Always a pleasure. Good work today. Jen, there were more than a few, I think, revelations for Nisiana here. We had not only the interactions, of course, with Merame and Rowan, but we also had, and the moment of Rowan coming in and praying next to you is very funny. And the fact that he concentration, like, nope, I'm just continuing to do this.
I was just like, no,
it was good. But the fact that House Tarasco now is, one, affected by healing, something which strikes right at the heart of what you do, but also the fact that you are going to a place that House Jarasco began, where the sort of wall, the barrier between the living and the dead is fairly weak, and especially maybe now with everything going on with stuff, there's a lot that's sort of at play, and it's a very fraught, I would say, situation for Nisiana as she goes into it. So I'm very excited to see that, and curious to see how Nisiana reacts to all of it. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun on this one. I'm just looking to see how much history. Oh, a history of one. Yeah, I don't know that much about the where House Jarasco came from. All she knows is dinosaurs, and she's very excited about it. So this will be fun. This is the part of her being young and naive is probably going to bite her in the butt a couple of times.
It's
but,
time for Jarasco Park, everyone. All set to go. Let's go.
That was terrible.
I really hope that's not why they called it that. I'm like, okay.
Okay. I am glad that I do not know that old Valerian. I am glad. Pretty mad at her. But a lot of stuff has been building. The only thing that I haven't really had is the conversation with Mia Tantin about, you're stuffing intelligent creatures into the things. Maybe they're not intelligent outside the morning, but they're intelligent inside the morning. So that's where the difference is. Which is funny because that's the first thing she wanted to go after. But no, Rowan keeps getting her attention.
That's not good, is it?
Also, this thing that's happening to the House Jarasco, it smacks immediately of the Emerald Claw. Take out the healers first. And they are necromancers, and whatever spell or thing that they have wrought is, maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's linked to the Oracle of Bones. I don't know. It's bad. Whatever it is, it's bad. And she's very sure the Emerald Claw is behind it. So yeah, we're going to ride this pony until we find this person that her sister needs to talk to, and then we're going to go kick the Emerald Claw's butt, I hope. And not die in the middle of it.
Ride this raptor, I think you mean.
Ride the raptor. I'm so excited at the idea of making dinosaurs. And also being around a bunch of halflings. They're all going to be my size.
Yeah. Yeah. Halfling barbarians.
I will truly be a giant.
You will. You will truly be a giant among halflings. And no, I had a really good time. Where will I be? I will be here. I've been on Tuesday Newsday for Catalyst Game Labs for various things. I don't know. I have a lot going on. I'm editing. I'm writing a lot. I'll be here. Find me on Blue Sky, Jennifer Brozek. Find my kittens on, and Spike, my 9-foot-tall dinosaur, on Instagram, Jennifer_Brozek. And thank you for watching and supporting our creative endeavors.
Absolutely. And thank you, Jen. Well, Brandon, we got to do this up close and in person, doing this, and so we had some memorable stuff. Exactly. See, there it is. There it is. So we got to see some memorable stuff. I mean, obviously the thing with the arm, you're being slapped in the chest by Tantin's Smith's hammer was very funny. Obviously the interactions that you had with Alarian, as we talked about. I love the fact that you run out, bump into him, and you're like, yeah, we could talk right now, because this is real
He's holding his arm.
Alarian's like, what? But then going into just the fact that you were like, let me just go in, walk, sit down, pray. Yo, Eberron, I believe is what you started out with, was very, very funny. And what it is reflective of, again, is you really do feel, it seems to me, Rowan does feel a little bit like protective of these people. Like, these people are gonna, they are gonna get destroyed. Like, they're really powerful, but they just do weird things that are like, you don't what are you doing? Like, I gotta teach you to be a con man, basically. And all of that is a part of it. At the same time that you having awareness of what you've been warned by Fjarlin and the House of Shadow, and about the fact that you've grown up not trusting. Now this group you kind of want to do that for. You want to trust them, but you're not sure that they are conscious or capable of knowing the sort of dangers that are swirling around them as everything gets progressively worse. Like now the magic is starting to break down and stuff like that. So a lot of that, I think, gets reflected in Rowan's personality, where everyone's reaction is towards sort of, okay, that happened, as you do this, that, or the other. So that was really fun to watch. How did you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
Yeah, we had a lot of very good interactions tonight. I'm still very glad that Rowan keeps pissing Nisiana off. So that was particularly fun. Like, I do think like that beat in particular was something that I was working myself up towards, because I do think it's kind of fun for Rowan to have essentially come to the discovery before Nisiana that things going wrong but us surviving it is perhaps Eberron's doing, and maybe we should stop getting in the way of it. So like, if I hadn't gotten Nisiana out, no one would have survived that. But it's also not my job to tell her that, because she'll just think that I'm rubbing that in her face.
But did you notice, though, that it was, even when you sat down, you're like, could you please tell her? It's like, okay, I'm not talking to my friend. You, third friend, can you talk to my friend and tell her this thing? It's like, Eberron, can you tell her?
When the
like,
two siblings are fighting, and they say, Mom, tell my brother.
Tell my brother.
Yeah.
Oh, God. So funny.
Yeah, so that was fun. Just as John said, I always enjoy it when Illyrian and I are attempting to have a serious conversation, and Rowan doesn't care that this conversation is serious. I still actually really like that metaphor. There is an actual documentary.
It's not wrong.
I'm pretty sure you can watch on Netflix, of a mentalist teaching 4 old people how to rob a bank.
Really?
Yes. It's a Darren Brown special. I can't remember the name of it. I think it's the Great Gallery Heist or something like that. But it's actually wild as fuck. Especially because the documentary cares less about how fun it is to watch 4 old people rob a bank, and it's actually more about, I have chosen these 4 old people because people don't actually pay attention to old people when they're in public spaces.
Yeah.
So they're the best people to rob a bank.
Yep.
Here's what that would look like. So yes, that was fun. I am beginning to actually lean into the fact that I am almost dying at all times. So taking a sledgehammer to the chest is actually a lot of fun. One of these days, you're going to learn that I actually do not have a solar plexus anymore.
You can replace that too, don't worry about it.
Held aloft by magic. So yeah. But also, there's so many, like, this is the point where lore is actually getting really intriguing. Because it seems like there are lots of things that only we know at this point. I need to figure out what that thing about genies in the Oracle means. The fact that we are leaning more upon gaining information about where magic is going means that we are in a position to possibly discover what magic is tied to and how we can not only solve this problem for this chapter's sake, but what that might actually reveal about our connection to magic for the purposes of continuing this mission. And obviously, Rowan is really into the idea that you all are here because someone is trying to con you, and is very curious about whether this has in fact been one big long play to get you to get the Oracle so everything else can be put into motion. And I'm curious about who that would be and why, and more noticeably, what other strings they've been pulling to get you to do the things that you're supposed to do. And I want to learn those things as soon as possible so we can just stop engaging and just prioritize ending this war as quickly as possible. So yeah. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago who's presently trapped in the cold. But you will next see me on Eberron in my own house where it is actually sunny and does not snow. So yes. I have been recently just covered in a handful of places that I think is really cool. The unofficial Hugo Book Club blog wrote a piece on me just the other day.
I read it. It's a good piece.
That was like literally yesterday, where I tried to convince you that if you think you do not get poetry, you are actually very dead wrong. I just like the podcast episode for Strange Horizons at 25 featuring me just released earlier this week for your perusal. And of course, I am still writing the Converse blog on the Seattle Worldcon website, so please check that out so you can learn some nuggets of how to break speculative poetry if you are still struggling, and also hear from some of the standout speculative poets in the genre. So please check those things out as well. You can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. Or on my website, which is also my newsletter, which is Brandon O'Brien at XYZ. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Good stuff, Brandon. Pleasure to have you here, obviously. And moving right up to Marie. Marie had an interesting, I would say, session in several ways. First of all, because of the initial encounter with Nisiana and just being like, well, but it was fine because Eberron saved you. Nisiana's like, yeah, but that's not like a regular what, and you're like, no, because see, I made the right call because I can't, everyone's not going to rescue me. Like everyone's going to rescue you. You're like, that's not how this works. Like it's not an Uber driver. I can't, but it was, that was,
right?
yeah, no, I mean, it just,
That's worse.
so that was very
Are
funny.
you there, Eberron? It's me, Nisiana.
Yeah, exactly. It was very funny, but also then beginning to get some inklings of this Dream Eater, hearing some references to it, and as I said, there's going to be more with the Kalashtar nature of sort of engaging in dreams. That is going to be something which Maramé would definitely understand and be associated with, and we'll have to address because there've been that relationship with the dream state has been changing, I think, over the course of the campaign as well. So there's a lot going on there. How did you feel about today's session, Marie? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really enjoyed it. I loved all the RP as always. I was looking forward to tonight. I mean, I drove 8 hours today and I
You
still
made
did
it.
my
I know.
announcement. I was excited. I was like, this has to happen. But yeah, I loved all the RP. I loved the chat with Nisiana and then how she's like, I'm mad. And Mary's like, I'm used to this. I know what to do.
Oh, no, the playing the lute outside the room was tremendous. Yeah.
Just chilling lute, a bit of Enya or something. And and I love to talk with I didn't get to chat with Rowan a whole lot because Rowan was everywhere, but Mirime just kind of wants to hug him, so she might just do that randomly next time.
Yeah.
And the chat with Hilaria too, as we're both like, everybody seems to be on. We're just chilling, all bloodied and broken from the battle. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I'm really curious to see halflings riding dinosaurs, including her sister. In fact,
absolutely.
Yeah, like I would be understanding if you joined a dino riding clan of halflings, and I would just hang out with you with the dinos. Let's just forget this entire King Citadel thing and just like, this is our calling. This is what we're doing now.
They retired to the Salenta Plains to raise dinosaurs. There you go.
I mean, right? But yeah, so I had a really good time. Thank you so much. And next, I guess it will be here. Whenever we play next, that's where you will find me next. And otherwise on social media, join my newsletter. I say fun things sometimes. And yeah, that's it. Yay.
Good stuff, Marie. Thanks. Always a pleasure. And glad you made it home okay. But thank you for joining us tonight. And last but certainly not least, Tren, again, one of the dragon marked houses. So there's that. Thinking about all the stuff that's been going on in terms of, hearing about the fading of magic when you're like, well, now I have to deal with that one way or the other. Being obviously frustrated with sort of the way that circumstances have unfolded for reasons that we discussed. So there's that. And then also the fact that, I mean, again, the line about the fact that I haven't trusted Merrick's for a while, like as you were reading Sol Ring's letter, clearly you were kind of like, yeah, You know, like none of this surprises me, nor I imagine would you have the same reaction that some of the others would be. Like some of the others are like, what, there's 3 genies? And you're like, oh, that's kind of ingenious. Like, I mean, I don't know, but I'm guessing that the reaction would sort of be like, that this is something which sort of makes sense in a clever sort of way. But regardless, the fact that now Tantan is going to be, having heard this from Sol Ring, you're going to be doing obviously the Talenta Plane stuff, and the Dream Eater stuff, but at the same time, I imagine you're also now going to have to be processing like so is the Oracle the one that's calling the shots here? Because it hasn't behaved exactly like just a pure machine from the beginning, like at least as long as you've seen it. Mm-hmm. So I'm very curious to see how all that works. And it was also funny that you accidentally, hit like Rowan in the chest.
That wasn't an accident.
Well, okay, intentionally hit him in the chest. By the way, the alchemist, I should tell you, just so I don't forget, that the alchemist, they did come back with a couple of those healing potions for you, just as a quick note.
That's not what he was asking.
He wasn't coming back. I thought you said he
said, do you have alchemists who make healing potions? He said, bring me one of them and their potion.
Oh, the alchemist and the potion. Okay. So just remind me at the beginning of the next session, because the alchemist and the potion would have arrived. So,
okay.
But anyway, so how did you feel about today's session, Trent, and where will the fine folks find you next?
With regard to the sledgehammer to the chest, there are like safety videos from like the 1950s where somebody walks up behind somebody with a welding torch and
never touch
don't do that shit.
I've seen those shake hands with danger. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And yet, whatever.
The only way to learn.
Yeah, I know. That's fine. It's a lesson I'm happy to teach repeatedly. Mm-hmm. So one of these points, it's not going to be a smith's hammer. It's going to be like an engraving tool, right into the sternum.
Yeah. Ooh. A pickaxe right through the temple. Yeah.
Anyway, very, very happy with the way things have gone for today's doohickey. Just I'm delighted that Spanner Next is basically done. He's just cooling at this point. But I was looking at images of like woven metal fiber that basically woven into a fabric kind of thing, and I'm like, if this was now what's under the plating. Ooh. So he still looks, the outer plating is still the same, but he's now covered with this metal mesh underneath it, which is why his armor class is 2 points higher than it was before, and why he moves in a much more fluid, almost living manner. Nice. He's gonna be much more comfortable to ride as well. For anybody who might happen to do that.
She'll be busy riding dinosaurs.
We'll see. I mean, I'm sure the dinosaurs might be faster. We'll see.
Or might be friendly, but we'll see.
Maybe. I'm just hoping that we don't get involved in some like contest where we have to race raptors and Tantan winds up with bats flying on his face all the time.
I look forward to the Yoshi experience.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
Raptor race. Right. Prince Justin's like, wow, that's tremendous. Yeah, I'm making notes. You two are not trust. You must first race the raptors in the raptor race.
I've got a thing I need to do. Right. You guys go ahead. Have a good time. Just where will people see me next? Probably here. I would imagine. I don't think I have anything else going on elsewhere that isn't going to be taking place in my booth or at this desk, but not on camera. Because I have finished recording a lovely piece by Fiona Patton, and now I have to edit and put it all together. What I have to find out next is, am I doing the female voices in this, or is some lovely lady doing the female voices? Because I recorded them all. I just hate it so much. But that's a conversation for another couple of people and another time and another thing. So yeah, you'll see me back here, with thing and the stuff and blah.
And I am looking forward to that very much. And yeah, I'm thinking Hillness is talking about the casino heist of said raptors that have no direct impact to the story. So I think you're talking about Raptors 11. There is what I think we're looking at, and that's gonna be great. I can't wait. This was a great time though. And I am super pumped up about it. I am super excited for it as we move well into the 4th season of Eberron Oracle of War. And again, coming soon, for those of you who missed it, an announcement about what will be one of the final sessions. You all know that Eberron is going, the Oracle of War is wrapping up this year, but one of the final sessions will have some more information about beyond just the norm. So you'll definitely want to be around for that.
Some mourn information.
I see what you did there. That's right. That's right. That's right. But, you know, in terms of whether it'll be good or bad, we think it'd be more gray, perhaps.
But he's right there. Oh God! Well, that's just
Get him, Brendan.
Oh,
it's one thing to be on the screen, but we're in the same room.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. then
He
you'd be
already
completely
said
exposed.
earlier, he said, twist my arm, and you didn't.
And I
reach
didn't have
out
a
and
so he
twist
didn't
his
do it.
arm.
It was right here. It is a great pleasure, of course, to have the whole crew as always. Thank you so much to the wonderful Infinity Beyond crew. Can we get some love for the amazing and awesome Trend Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brendan O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Thanks, everybody, and I will catch you folks next month for more I&B. Bye for now.
Thank you, Chad. Bye.
Bye.
And that is going to do it for this, but it is, and for this session. But I did want to mention, as I forgot that I had that up there. Oh, no, I wanted that up there. And then I wanted to put this up like this, and then I transition over like this. There we go. So first of all, you know it's the end of the night because we have replaced Ganesh with Sherbert, who is now up here on the cat tree. But yeah, we are here, and that was a lot of fun, Brandon. I'm glad that you were able to do this in person. It was a good time. And we are going to be back to you doing more stuff next month with Eberron. But also, Brandon and I are going to be soon, and by soon I mean this summer, is going to be the release of our Greyshade TTRPG, which Brandon designed and did a wonderful job with. Alligator Alley is publishing, and which I was, I guess you'd call me a creative consultant. Might be a good way to describe
like
it.
that.
And very, very excited for that when it comes out. It's going to be awesome. You'll not want to miss it. It's going to be awesome. And any last things you want to mention to the fine people before I send them out on a raid and all that good stuff in here in person, like as you're sitting in this room.
This night you're still doing raids, boy.
Yeah, it's 11:42. It's fine.
Oh Lord. Yeah, thank you for having me here in your home. This was rad. Very glad we got to play Eberron live and in person. Fun. Yeah, this was a very exciting game of Eberron. This week has been full of other than the snow, of course, lots of very wonderful opportunities to share each other's company and to talk about and share stories, and I'm glad that this was one of them. So yeah, this was grand.
This was good stuff. Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
And we will be back, as I said, in the ways that I have described. So chat, if you liked what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord !ArvCord, Twitter !ArvTweets, Blue Sky !ArvSky, website arvanelleron.com, the limited run podcast Hearthglow, which is going to be wrapping up in April with a live event at Sacred Heart. The final recorded one of that will be next month, so you can find that at the website arvanelleron.com. And don't forget to check out the show that I do with Zach Clay on GM and DM tips called Gen GMs, because we're very excited about the stuff happening with that as well. On the financial front, !Arv Shop, that's the merchandise area. You can get more stuff like this, more of the shirts right here. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. Thank you, Shadow Mage. Oh, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate it. Welcome. I hope you're doing okay, Shadow. Good to see you, man. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And don't forget about, yes, the battle has begun. As you can see, the war is now on, the official war between Ganesh and Sherbert. They're really fierce. I mean, I have to tell you, there's just like, it's it's brutality. It's just the battle of everything that's going on. It's just, yep, you can see they're gonna challenge each other, and
or not.
So that's what happens. So Ganesh has now arrived. What is Sherbert gonna do? Sherbert's waiting. He's thinking about it. He's still got a hold of his. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still there at the scrub.
Yep.
But lost
He's
it
got the
now.
scrub. He lost it now. He's waiting to see what he's going to do. The two of them, see, the thing is the two of them really don't fit on top of that anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, and now he's waiting to see what he's going to do. This is always hilarious because the battle of the two warriors, these guys are absolute best buds and love each other.
Sherlock making his other play, which is just lie down. On
Yeah,
the enemy
exactly.
Until he surrenders.
It's just the direct weight. It's absolutely the direct weight. There they go. Anyway, so where was I? Yes, Exclamation Point ARF Shop, Exclamation Point ARF Treon, the Patreon. Please do support us over there. Thank you for the 90 months, by the way, shout out. I did not miss that. The Patreon, Exclamation Point ARF Treon. Subbing to the channel is always appreciated. Yeah, like that. Exclamation Point Icarus, our graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation Point Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library. My 5e Adventure and Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Exclamation Point, let's see, Greyshade, my Greyshade IP, Greyshade, Renegade, Heretic, the Grey Assassin Trilogy from Athos Arts. You can get there at that link. You can get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks that you heard from tonight. And again, you can get that Greyshade tabletop role-playing game. Pre-order that now. That'll be out in the summer from this person right here, Brandon O'Brien, and with me as the, as I say, creative consultant for this, coming out from Alligator Alley. Very excited about that. And last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation Point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Exclamation Point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Now, we are going to raid. Now, Echo, normally I don't like to raid people unless I've had a chance to vet them a little bit. Who is this person that you have a raid target for me of the utmost importance? I will say that when you raid, if you're not a sub, you do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. If you are a sub, you can do this. Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Dragon, or all the Arvanys that you have access to when you're brought over automagically to the raid target, which I thought I had one. But let's see. Oh, okay. Well, let me see quickly. No Bumble. Let's see who this is. Okay, we have got this. Hang on while I'm just waiting through this. Okay, so this is charity event raising money for Save, which is a good charity. Okay, all right. Sold, Echo, I will do that. That seems like a worthy raid target. So I will bring you folks over automatically in just a little bit. So please make sure you stick around for that, and then we will do that raid in just a bit. I want to thank all the folks who made this awesome today. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Dragon Spear, Hillness, Prince Justin, Triffity Mats, Drew the Damager. Thank you so much, and thank you again to Shadow Mage for stopping in as well. Thank you to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Hillness, Prince Justin, Triffid, Drew, Echo, Tren, and thank you so much to my viewers, Buglish, Crit Twitch. Thank you to El Duderino. Thank you to Jagtress, Nonstop Radio, Johnny Panda, and Saturnius. Thank you all. Special thanks today to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you so much to Tren. Thank you to Marie. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Jen, and thank you to John. And that is going to do it for us. I will see you lovely folks back here on Tuesday for the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream with Tari Tunes. Remember, we're starting that a little earlier because I have a committee meeting I have to go to at school virtually. After that, I'll still do my GOG stream as usual, but in between, I got to go to this meeting. So it'll be starting a little earlier on Tuesday, but it'll be worth it because we're finishing Skylord at long last. Stick around for the raid. Thanks very much, everyone, and I will see all of you lovely folks soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and bye for now.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a warforged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.